My name is Joe Biden, and I love ice cream. What President Trump has done in his spreading of racism, the way he deals with people based on the color of their skin, their national origin, where they're from, is absolutely sickening. No sitting president has ever done this. Never, never, never. No Republican president has done this. No Democratic president. We have racists, and they've existed. They've tried to get elected president. He's the first one that has. And the way he pits people against one another is all designed to divide countries, divide people, not put them together.
If Haiti, a god-awful thing to say, if Haiti just quietly sunk into the Caribbean or rose up 300 feet, it wouldn't matter a whole lot.
We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. No, I really mean, but think how we think about it.
Lobbyists aren't bad people. Special interest groups are not bad people. But guess what? They're corrosive. People who accept the money from them aren't bad people, but it's human nature. You go out, Lynn, and bundle $250,000 for me, all legal, and then you call me after I'm elected and say, Joe, I'd like to come and talk to you about something. You didn't buy me, but it's human nature. You helped me. I'm going to say, sure, Lynn, come on in.
Now is the time to heed the timeless advice from Teddy Roosevelt. Speak softly and carry a big stick. End of quote. I promise you, the president has a big stick. I promise you. This election year, the choice is clear. One man stands ready to deliver change we desperately need. A man I'm proud to call my friend. A man who will be the next president of the United States, Barack America. Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys. And I did, and back in those days, you sure how things had changed. One of the things you had to use, if you used pomade in your hair, you had to wear a baby cap. And he cut off a 6-foot length of chain, he folded up, he said, you walk out with that chain. And you walk to the car and say, you may cut me, man, but I'm gonna wrap this chain around your head. So I walked out with the chain. And I walked up to my car, And those days used to remember the straight race. You'd bang them on the curb, get them rusty, put them in a rain barrel, get them rusty. And to get hot, I got hairy legs that turn, that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
The fact is that what happens now is that we, in fact, have to fundamentally change the culture of how women are treated. No man has a right to raise a hand to a woman in anger other than in self-defense, and that's rarely ever occurs. And so we have to just change the culture, period, and keep punching at it and punching at it and punching at it. That saved billions of gallons of gasoline. I mean, billions of $2.3 billion worth of, $500 billion in savings and 2-point-something billion metric tons of CO2 going in the air.
Tackle the #1 job facing the middle class, and it happens to be, as Barack says, a 3-letter word: jobs. J-O-B-S.
The younger generation now tells me how tough things are. Give me a break. We can speak out and be more straightforward. I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
Hillary Clinton is as qualified or more qualified than I am to be Vice President of the United States of America. Let's get that straight. And quite frankly, it might have been a better pick than me.
I went to the big guys for the money. I was ready to prostitute myself and the men in which I talked about it. But what happened was they said, come back in your 40s, son.
Play the radio. Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night.
Well, folks, eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth, $1.4 trillion worth. Out of $1.4 billion, $1.4 billion. It's hard to even say it so much.
slight Indian accent.
I want to be clear. I'm not going nuts.
Let him go. Let him go. Look, the reason I'm running is because I've been around a long time and I know more than most people know. And I can get things done. That's why I'm running. And you want to check my shape on, let's do push-ups together, man. Let's run. Let's do whatever you want to do.
Damn liar, man. That's not true.
I think I probably have a much higher IQ than you do, I suspect, and I'd be delighted to sit down and compare my IQ to yours if you'd like, Frank.
And by the way, it's cost a lot of money. It cost about $740 billion over 10 years.
Will you ever run for political office again?
No.
I know I'm called middle class Joe. It's not meant as a compliment, means I'm not sophisticated. We choose unity over division. We choose science over fiction. We choose truth over fact.
Senator Biden, words have in the past gotten you in trouble. Words that were borrowed and words that some found hateful. An editorial in the Los Angeles Times said, in addition to his uncontrolled verbosity, Biden is a gaffe machine. Can you reassure your voters in this country that you would have the discipline you would need on the world stage, Senator?
Yes. My name is Joe Biden, and I love ice cream. What President Trump has done in going his spreading of racism the way he deals with color of their skin, their national origin, where they're from, is absolutely sickening. No sitting president has ever done this. Never, never, never. No Republican president has done this. No Democratic president. We've had racists, and they've existed. They've tried to get elected president. He's the first one that has. And the way he pits people against one another is all designed to divide the country, divide people, not put them together.
Hello, we're back. How are you all doing? Once again, we are back talking about politics. Oh, I forgot to clean my glasses. Oh well. Oh well, they'll just be dirty. It's fine. Another day, another politics, as they say in the business. Yeah, nothing's really been happening with me. I've been very tired. I went to a drum and bass concert, which was nice, but it made me it fucked up my sleep schedule for a couple days. I'm getting like too auntie to like stay up and, you know, dance till 3 a.m. The interview the Bride of Chucky did, yeah, I mean, we have to talk about that. It was Andromatic. It's kind of like poppy drum and bass. I liked it. It was nice. It's kind of the only, like, I kind of psyoped myself into liking drum and bass because I live in Vancouver. For Americans, it's kind of like, it's the SF music scene. My understanding is it's very SF. All the people I know who go to San Francisco are like, and it's the same where it's like, it's kind of just like half white, half Asian drum and bass. Vaguely oddly similar vibe. I still need to go to San Francisco. But I've psyched myself into liking it because I like live music so much that it's like, well, I might as well. And it's great. I love it. We love to see it. I'm not going to tell you what other drum and bass is. I think it's initially English. I think so. I think they were a part of that probably. I think it's caught on elsewhere as well. Presumably. Proper junglist. I love that clip where it's like, can't accept drum and bass. We need jungle, I'm afraid. And it's like a quiz show, and then afterwards someone will play like a jungle. Started in the UK. It's good. I like live music. Adorno, forgive me. There's definitely like, I feel like I want to write some aphorism over that a lot of music has become. Music is increasingly less about an aesthetic judgment and more about like it puts you in a state of mind. Like, oh, I have my gym playlist and it makes me feel this way, and it like that allows. And then in the case of like live music, increasingly it's less like you go there to have aesthetic appreciation, but you go there because hearing that music in that context puts you in a certain state of mind that allows you to dance more. It's like music becomes a much more practical kind of benefit. It's almost like a drug of sorts. But I'll still keep drinking that garbage. They call it a vibe. Yes, exactly. Like you said about Lynch being the least fascist form of film. Although I think that might be more fascist for music. Because it's taking the aesthetic appreciation away from it. And it's more like, well, it's a social thing now. Describing like the benefits of music in the same way I would describe like why it's fun to go climbing outdoors. It's like, oh, the people are cool and it puts you in a certain state of mind. So maybe electronic music is fascist. It makes sense that it would be popular in Vancouver in that case, I think. There's a really good stand-up bit I saw from a guy who was like, it's really weird, like everyone loves camping in Vancouver, but like there's this like continual war on camping supplies. Just as you know, camping is fine as long as people aren't doing it in the middle of downtown, in which case there's an entire, you know, everyone is mobilized against allowing people to do that. It really makes you think. I think he did it in a much funnier way. Nice pseudo activity we got there. Be ashamed if someone critiqued it. True. Period. Anyway, what else has been happening? Yeah, we have to watch the EriKa KirK thing. It is really interesting to see that like the last bit of goodwill that she had is kind of burnt up. I still kind of feel bad about it because it's clear, like, especially okay, that one clip where she's like she's got the really intense like shark eyes. Like, I mean, it makes sense that she's kind of going insane. I still people are making fun of this concept, but I still do think it is like different people do grieve in different ways, and her being insane about this and being like, I'm just gonna do 1 million, you know, is probably a way of keeping herself busy. I mean, this is a classic. I have to show this. This is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. People keep saying that there's no use cases for AI, but
counting or not counting gang violence.
sorry, the concept of fucking Charlie Kirk and Jeffrey Epstein doing a conga line after he saves him, like, is maybe the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. I told you there is one use case for AI. There's a single use case. I know everyone was saying that I was pro AI because of that tweet, which if you read the tweet again, I'm saying it's actually bad. There is one use case for AI. There is one instance where it is good, and it is defaming Charlie Kirk. It is besmirching his legacy, and simultaneously, for some reason, causing all the AI video generation things to like Charlie Kirk will live on forever, just because like so many people have asked the machine to make Charlie Kirk images that like everyone kind of just looks a little Charlie Kirk in the images. I think that's beautiful. I think that's exactly what Charlie Kirk would have wanted. I think his spirit is living on in AI slop content. It's kind of like some like horrific, you know, Warhammer 40k evil misery nightmare thing where it's like your spirit is not able to rest. It has to continue to suffer for thousands of years as you're stuck in the AI machine. Historians trying to figure out what Charlie Kirk looked like. Yeah. The speed ones are so good. I'm just saying, folks. With you, Jeff Lord, thank you.
Brown bear?
6 months, we love to see it. Yeah, no, that one, the Epstein one, truly maybe the funniest, the most incredible piece of AI slop I've ever seen in my life. And I don't, it's not even close. It's not particularly close. We got an r/destiny post. Yes, I think I've seen this one. Classic, yes. It's so interesting. It's so interesting the change in reputation of that show, Stranger Things. Like, and how it was conceived of initially, and like they're not like they don't want to let it fucking die. I think that's like it's also combined politically with the fact that one of the actors is like very pro-Israel. Is he not? It makes it like a. I keep seeing are two of them Oh, do we get a Kirk laugh? Okay, yeah. We'll put this in the channel.
I am gay.
Cinecibo, I think. Thank you for the 2-1. There we go. Kirk laugh. It's not a debate that turned into nostalgia. Zionism is yeah, it's Noah Schnapp. Yeah. It's so funny that they were originally... Is Winona Ryder even in that show anymore? I mean, I guess it makes sense. Initially they were advertising in season 1 as like a show starring Winona Ryder. Yeah, I can't say I watched it past like the 3rd season. It seemed like it was kind of going downhill. How many seasons are there? Are we up to like 5? There's new Euphoria. I didn't watch season 2 of Euphoria. I think I was done with that. It is like, Euphoria is like an evil show. It's 5 or 6. We're one away. Euphoria is like an evil show, and it isn't like genuinely. Euphoria is fascinating because it really like it kind of positions itself as wanting to say a lot about like violence and drugs and sex as it affects like teenagers. But it really doesn't have anything to say. Which is like a deeply, like it really fundamentally, it's like, oh yeah, everything fucking sucks and it feels terrible, but there is really no why. The only way that it really functions is just depicting that in a way that like almost valorizes it. You can see this based on like how young people consume the show, which is that they're like, this is cool. Maybe this is like, I'm getting more like it. It sounds like it's bad influence. You see drugs on the TV, but I do think that that's true in this case. It really doesn't have anything profound to say. Except like, well, this happens, and isn't it crazy that it happens? But the problem with like, I think the visual medium in general with like film and TV is that like, it's like why it's hard to make an anti-war film. It's difficult to make an what is it like? Anti doing sex work when you're 15 film? Because isn't that like one of the plot lines is that she literally like this like teenager like starts getting like, and the takeaway is like, the takeaway for her seems to end up being that she's like kind of fine and it's whatever. Which like if you think about it for more than a second is like insane. It's like you would think you would want to have more to say about this, as opposed to just like showing teenagers like, oh look, she gets some sort of sense of validation, even though it's kind of yucky. Just sucks as a filmmaker. Yeah. Anti-war film essay. Maybe that was suggested to me and I didn't. I almost watched a 4-hour video actually explaining Twin Peaks, but I thought I don't know if it felt like a bit too much to me. I think it got to it like, I do like the point here about Twin Peaks, that it is about television fundamentally, and that like to the point at which it's like meta, like in the universe it is a television show and it's structured as such, but everything else it's like, okay bro, I don't think that David Lynch would have. I think this is a little bit too much. It's annoying because at the start he's like, I'm not going to do the ridiculous thing of like looking through really meticulous data. We're just going to see the things that happen on the screen. And then he absolutely does that. And like a lot of the argument is contingent on that. But no, I do like the idea that it is about television. I think that's an important takeaway that I feel silly for not having picked up in the first place. And like the more that you think about it, the more that I actually kind of don't like Lynch's philosophy, even barring the like insane meditation stuff, you know. That like Lynch's point, it seems to be with Twin Peaks as well as a lot of other, especially television stuff, is that like it's not as much like I see some people explaining Twin Peaks as like it's a way of critiquing the like idyllic small town, American small town, where it's like really that is this dark underbelly which shows that it's fundamentally evil. I think with Lynch it's more like it's not that it's fundamentally evil, it's that to appreciate the good you need to appreciate the bad. You need to recognize the bad. And vice versa. To understand the bad, you have to reference it. You have to understand it in reference to the good. That there is plenty of good within Twin Peaks, the town, but it also has this dark underbelly, which almost feels like wrong in a way. That like to give justice to the bad and and the extent to which it is bad, to the extent to which that is unjust, it kind of diminishes it by, like, it seems to me that, like, it diminishes the extent to which it is bad if it has to be in reference to making the good feel better. Does that make sense? The Return doesn't feel like that at all. I guess so. Is that true? I mean, I guess it's more bleak. That's a good point. I like it's interesting when people are like really surprised by like Audrey's, what happens with Audrey. And it's like, are you really surprised by that? Like knowing the way that Audrey is as like a 17-year-old, 18-year-old girl. It felt like it didn't feel like her life was heading in a good direction. It's also funny, like, you can tell that the Audrey actress is MAGA because she just has like the MAGA woman face. You know what I mean? Like, she doesn't have it when she's younger, but in the Return, it's like, oh yeah, and then she has. The Mar-a-Lago face, yeah, absolutely. That's what happens. I honestly, and this is an insane thing to say that's like annoying, but I've never seen, you know, like some women where it's like they're like 40 years old and it's like, you look like you're in your 20s. They're never Republicans. It corrupts your soul. It corrupts your soul being a Republican. Yeah, I guess maybe you're right. Maybe there is like a pretty clear turn in the Return away from like, you need to really appreciate the good of Twin Peaks. You have to see the dark underbelly that's happening, and it's more like, no, this is all wrong. Although I don't think that that's true in Lynch's philosophy. But maybe it's silly. Maybe reading too much into the things someone says about a piece of art outside of the art itself is naive, especially in the case for Lynch. Where it's like, I mean, Lynch, I don't think Lynch understands a lot of what's going on in Lynch. Like, that's why it's good. I mean, that's the mark of any good work of art, is that it goes beyond the, same with the good work of philosophy, it goes beyond how the author conceived of it, to still produce like really fruitful, valid, insightful readings that they're like, I didn't know that at all. And like this stuff gets a bit into, so that's a bit too literal to be like actually all that useful. He directs from subconscious. It's important. Art is not sublimated. Anyway, let's look at speaking of, I like that this is the fucking clip. Okay, why did she do a town hall? What was like a funny component of the EriKa KirK thing that I didn't consider is like, this is, what's her name? Like, this is one of Barry Weiss's like first the cultural things as like was it director of CBS or whatever. Culturally significant things, and it's like, this went great, Queen. This is awesome.
with EriKa KirK.
That is not. That is a different. That's not. That is. That must be. That must be. Charlie's second wife, who is also named EriKa. That is not the EriKa KirK that I know.
Good evening. I'm Barry Weiss, editor-in-chief of CBS News, and I want to thank you so much for joining us tonight. Let me tell you why.
I do think a lot of, genuinely one of the main reasons why people don't like EriKa KirK, like on the right, is just because she looks like that. Do you know what I mean?
We're here. If you're watching this or you're sitting here in this room with me, you know what I know.
Like if she was prettier,
when you had reached out, because it was an opportunity
like what does she have to say for a fucking hour?
to be able to have a conversation that Charlie always enjoyed, being able to have dialogue on both sides so that people could really hear everything that's going on. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for making
She certainly has Republican makeup.
the time. There's so many subjects I want to cover. I want to begin with
Like, oh my God.
hours and days after your husband was murdered.
Yes.
You got up in his podcast.
Yeah, it's really fascinating to me. Like, I really did not predict the extent to which the American right would be stupid about this. But like, they really like there was a leftist transgender lover who killed one of our sweet beautiful boy. Like they're too stupid to like stay on message. And like now it's Israel did it, according to them.
Studio.
Like they're obsessed with whether it was Israel or not, or whether it was actually EriKa KirK herself. Because like conspiratorial thinking turns in on itself. It's not able to actually see stupid. I didn't with a French accent.
Where he broadcasted from for many hours every day.
Yeah.
And you said this.
I am very like I think this is like an autism thing. I'm very receptive to accents. My mom told me that when I came home, like I went to Queen's University in Ontario, and she says, I was fascinated by this. I'm still not exactly sure what she means. That when I came back for like Christmas, she said that I had like a New York Jewish accent. Like I kind of sounded like a New York Jew. And I want to know why so badly. I think maybe that was just like Toronto slang. Like, I think maybe she was detecting like a bit of like the kind of Toronto. Because like all the people I was hanging out with are like Toronto.
You have no idea what you have just unleashed.
I don't even know what the accent is. Like I'm not. My permission to try the accent again. I don't know what it was. I was asking her like to. Yeah, I was burning it up. Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
I am not related to the liberal eugenics philosopher.
Let me give you a little background.
I don't think so.
We get home. The team goes to dinner. I'm laying in my daughter's bed, and I can't sleep.
Yeah, they one of the reasons why this is overplaying their hand is because the right is now mainly obsessed with like not the official narrative because they don't believe it, because it's like they're too conspiratorial, like, which is really fast. I did not think that would happen. I would have thought that this would have been like they still would have like mainly just been talking about like, oh, there was the transgender lover who did it, and he had a transgender girlfriend and she was in, or they wouldn't say she was in on it, but no, they're too stupid for that. They're like too dumb to actually like do the thing that's like the obvious layup from the situation.
It took me months to even walk into my bedroom. I'm laying in my daughter's bed. I can't sleep. I grab my phone and I start typing out it. And those are my words.
Oh yeah, she's got some real intense.
That morning, the team reached out to me and said they think they got the guy.
Am I crazy? Like people were saying, even people on the left, which like, you don't get me started. We're tweeting like, oh yeah, she did it. Like, like this was like, oh, she definitely, maybe she was a part of it. Am I crazy for saying that like this is the most sincere like state of grieving that I've seen her in Is that like a crazy thing to say? It's like where she's acting insane. It's like you would probably be insane talking about this. This is like the most sincere I've seen her, which is also a really good. The trans theory was, yeah, I guess you're probably right that it's not novel, and so like Candace Owens can't really get much. I think maybe I think some like a part of it also is that these influencers are picking up on the fact that like people are kind of over it a bit. Like they get some really intense, but like if you want to get bigger reach, that like the new thing is Israel.
You should probably say thank you to the authorities and just make a statement. I said, okay. I wasn't afraid. They said, let's go to the office and let's discuss. We're at the office and they say, do you want to go live? Or we can easily, you know what? Yeah, let's do that. We can easily pre-record this. I said, absolutely not. My husband always went live. I have nothing to hide. We're fully transparent. What you see is what you get. If I start breaking down on live TV, I break down on live TV. My husband was assassinated. He didn't die in a car accident. So we go live.
My husband was a great streamer, yeah.
I write all of my own speeches. And when I said that, that is the Holy Spirit that is unleashed. That is a revival that's unleashed.
You know what I didn't realize as well? This is very standard, like American Protestant slop. Like doing this sort of thing, it's extremely American. She's alting right now in terms of her like Protestantism.
That's not meant for call to violence. That's meant for people to understand that the Lord is moving in ways we have no idea. And God is going to use something so tragic to wake people up to realize that our life is short. He only lived 31 years. 31 years.
He looked older than that. I would have thought it was a bit older.
And so, yes, you have no idea what has been unleashed. But I will promise until my last breath that I will let the Lord use me in ways that he only can to bring glory to him and to the kingdom.
Yeah, this is it. It is like which is funny. Like, is the culture getting like is the right wing media ecosystem getting more secular? Oddly, that like people don't look at this and it's like, well, this is just Protestant slop. Like,
and it has been unbelievably powerful.
I think that maybe like with EriKa KirK has allowed a lot of the right wing media like ecosystem to like still have a conspiratorial bent and like still question official narratives in a context where like it wouldn't be someone calling out Charlie Kirk because like that might look bad. So it's like, oh, was she in on it? The Shabbat Shalom thing was incredible.
It's just the beginning.
Why would you say that? Why would you say that because it's such an easy, it's, you know, making the claim that Christian Charlie Kirk said Shabbat Shalom when he came home.
One of the most alarming things about Charlie's murder was the way that some people in this country reacted to it.
Yeah.
And not just online.
Here we go.
This was an idea that you encountered a lot. And the idea was this. They kind of justified
Isn't she Catholic? The thing about Catholics in America is that they're also Protestant.
it. They basically said that because Charlie said or believed things that they believed were controversial or even hateful, that he somehow had it coming. What do you say to people who justified his death?
You're sick. He's a human being.
Yeah, why are they...
You think he deserved that?
Why are they still doing this, man? It's December, bro.
Tell that to my 3-year-old daughter.
And do you see the memes where it's like it cuts and someone's like on there, they're like, okay, so your father... I mean, you know, this is a person who is like grieving, who appears to be grieving and is like barely keeping it together in a way that like, yeah, I didn't see before from her, which is fascinating.
Excuse me. You want to watch?
Maybe the honest takeaway here is not like EriKa. Look at EriKa KirK. She needs to get her shit together. It's like, why are the people around EriKa KirK letting her be in these situations? Like, is she just like surrounded by yes men where she's like, I need to go live again, and they're like, that's a great idea, EriKa. I will be taking a 10% cut from those profits.
And high res. The video of my husband being
That is the story. She needs to be with her fucking kids. Like,
murdered. And laugh. And say he deserves it. There's something very sick in your soul, and I pray that God saves you. I pray.
she's alting,
Because
yeah.
that is what is so wrong. The internet in this world has dehumanized us. My husband did something very simple. He talked to people. You're gonna.
This does remind me of the thing, the you know, the tweet where it's like conservatives will explain crimes in the most basic way possible to try to like decontextualize, where it's like, okay, you know, someone's getting charged with conspiracy, and it's like, okay, so now it's illegal to have friends.
Gonna be murdered.
It's illegal to make plans now, okay.
For talking to people. He didn't go after people, he went after your ideas. And if you think it's okay to murder someone because you think they had it coming for them because they took the time to have people come to the front of the line if they didn't agree with you, and you think it's okay because you don't like what they say or how they say it, that they should be murdered, and you're enjoying it and you're rejoicing in that?
She's trying too hard here. It is like, I mean, she just needs to stop. She needs someone around her to be like, we need to wrap this up. The problem is that I don't think that she wants to. I'm assuming she's like even less motivated to do that now because of the Candace Owens stuff.
Evil.
Look at the fucking, like, come on, fuck off. The like, and then you'll hand her a handkerchief. You'll hand her a napkin.
As you know, and as I know, one of the ideas that has gained a lot of traction among young people, especially in this country, EriKa, is, and this leads them to this kind of justification, is the idea that words themselves
They're
are
so bad at this.
violence.
They're so fucking bad at this.
And that brings us tonight to our first audience question.
Whoa, okay, Jesus Christ.
And
She needs to be at home with her fucking kids, bro.
that brings us tonight to our first audience question.
Jesus
It
Christ.
comes from Angel Eduardo.
Oh man,
Angel
why is she doing this? The concept of it is like so insane. I feel
a
bad
senior
watching
writer and
it.
editor for the civil libertarian group, the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, or
Just all the questions are gonna be like, EriKa KirK, does it make you cry when you think about the fact that there are children who are transgender and that the people who agree with the fact that there are transgender children killed your husband?
Fire.
And then she's just crying. She's like, I do hate it. And it's like,
he
okay,
writes
it's been 3 months. Like, can we wrap it up here? Like,
about
this
issues
isn't
of free
working.
speech. Angel.
Thank you, Barry. Excuse me. Hi, EriKa. My condolences. A recent survey that we took after Charlie's assassination found that 90% of undergraduates believe to some extent that words can be violence. Another FIRE survey that we took earlier also found that 1/3 of surveyed students believe that using violence to stop disfavored speech can be acceptable, at least in rare cases. What's your response to those numbers? And what would you say to those students?
It's just, it's so on the nose. EriKa KirK, 95% of students across the country said that they're glad that that your husband got shot. What do you have to say about those 95%?
Well, for the people who say that my husband might have incited violence, I know that was not your question, but I'm going to put a squash on it before anyone else can attach to that. My husband never incited violence. He never once said, go after them because they're saying XYZ and they deserve to die. My husband never once
Okay, yeah, no, this is...
said that, and he never would. What did he say? Come to the front of the line.
Sees them, yes. That is the voice she's making. CVS staffers internally hated this. Why did she make like a guard sees them voice? I have so many CVS staffers saying this was a shameful disaster.
I'm not Christian, but bearing witness to something that in her is clearly very deeply held and sincere was quite powerful, and powerful for everyone in the audience.
Maybe that is another thing that I didn't consider, which is like a so much more depressing thing, is that like this is what they were going for, which is like you need to be like a religious figure, you need to Protestant out for a little bit, and then like it's not as if this is like her being more organic. It's that like when she's not being told to like be like, it's either like sad or like happy celebration, when it's like you need to like put the fear of God into these people who approve of your husband dying, that like this is what you get.
I think the thing that was baffling for...
The takeaway again is maybe, hold on, my clients, did it freeze for you guys? Oh, I'm back. I don't know what happened there.
Many of us that watched that. I mean, I remember watching it and thinking, I can't...
Oh, we're back. That was my client. I don't know what happened there.
Understand. Powerful for everyone in the audience. I think the thing that was baffling for many of us that watched that. I mean, I remember watching it and thinking, I can't understand this. What does this mean? She was able to explain the distinction between forgiveness as a personal choice to almost let go of something, to not let it be this anvil around her, and forgiveness in the mode of her faith, and to make a distinction between that and her desire for justice, which is quite different. It doesn't mean that she forgives it doesn't mean that she does not want this alleged...
It's just like, it is profoundly incompetent, like Barry Weiss is as well.
To be held.
Anthropologist talking about EriKa's religion, because she's Jewish. She can't do the like, she can't invoke it herself.
To be held accountable. So
she's, yeah, trying to explain it as if she's like an anthropologist. Yeah, it doesn't come off very sincere. Yeah, I mean, I will hand it to the right for somehow managing to fuck this up. I don't know how they did it, but they managed to. Yeah, I don't... Do you think, like, there's no way that she stops now, right? She has to keep going. She has to keep doing this, presumably. EriKa KirK Candace Owens celebrity boxing match sponsored by Kalshi. Yeah, exactly. Flooding the zone backfired bigly. Yeah. Were you the one that coined pulling in Israel? I think so. The meaning of that being like, it's like October 7th. Like right after October 7th, Israel had so much goodwill across the world. There was so much sympathy, and they just completely, like, they didn't even go back to before. It's like considerably worse. I feel like that's what EriKa KirK has done. It's just like somehow has like not even like made herself a widely unpopular figure. I wonder what her approval is polling at. Like, it can't be good. I'm sure most people who know about her at this point somehow know about her in terms of like are negatively polarized against her. I wonder what the percentage of that would be. Yeah, they scared the hose because people just don't care. And it's interesting that like we saw this with Tim Pool, that like now the right-wing takeaway is like they're not going to blame themselves for the midterms when they eat shit inevitably, because it's looking very not good in the midterms for them, even with the gerrymandering stuff. Is there going to be like, wow, well, Charlie Kirk was holding everything together, and then when he died, it just all went to shit, and no one could like, which is completely bullshit. It's like a very silly image of Charlie Kirk. Like, Charlie Kirk was not pulling anything together. Charlie Kirk just went wherever was like most politically ideal, which just happened to be generally in the center. But like he lost to Fuentes in 2019. He started saying that, like, he started embracing like great replacement theory stuff, literally because like Fuentes's groiper people would come up to him at shows and be like, "Oh, did you see the dancing Israelis?" Like whatever, anti-Semitic. He was not holding shit together. Yeah, so that's gonna be it's fascinating that this is their takeaway, is that like people are now on the right, they're fighting because Charlie Kirk died and he can't like make everyone not fight. Whereas like they started fighting because Trump's approval rating is fucking cratering, especially among independents. Sure. Yeah. Is Tyler Robinson? Right. He had a for affinity account. Yes, of course. Sure. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. It is a Sopranos reference. Yes.
Fine. I'll put my mic down. Tell me why you believe that. That's interesting. I never thought of that. But have you thought of this? Is that people heckling, laughing at them?
Red
Stop.
Pop, thank you.
It took a lot of courage for them to come up here. Stop doing that. He gave them a microphone.
Yeah. What is the right wing take by other people? She's doing Rap God. What was it? There was something I had say. People were getting very mad at Candace Owens. Like more people are getting angry at her. On the right, it's fascinating how much of a shit show. It was Matt Walsh was mad.
With an immense amount of strength and courage. So when people look at EriKa and say she's acting strange, I've never seen a grieving person act this way. Well, I agree. She's an exceptional person in an extraordinary situation, handling it with remarkable poise and dignity.
Oh yeah, she's handling it well.
That is a virtue. And virtue is a strange thing in our day. And even if she were not an impressive person, she would...
Why is everyone rhyming? Yeah, for some reason, everyone on the far right has decided to handle this situation by rhyming more. EriKa KirK was like, he would come home, Shabbat Shalom.
Would still be a grieving widow.
It's like, you fucking Dr. Seuss. Mossad Dr.
Would still
Seuss.
be my friend's wife. And I would still feel duty-bound to support her, as I have over these past 3 months in ways both public and not. So what I am asking everybody, including Candace,
I am gay.
Ultra,
is
Give
to
Trisha, thank
please
you.
leave this woman alone. Let her grieve. Let her pick up the pieces of her shattered life in whatever way she sees fit. She deserves that grace. And we owe it to her. Not because of any specific debt, not because we have no right to question her. Of course, we do have the right. But we have a moral obligation as children of our Heavenly Father to be charitable and kind towards suffering widows, especially the widow of a man that all of us,
It's not so fun when it's directed against you as a...
say that we respected and admired. All told, the tragic reality is that 3 months after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, the leftists who want us dead...
See, it's funny that because Matt Walsh is like, why are we not talking about the transgenders? This is fucking bullshit. It's doing the thing that I said before. It's like, I'm surprised that they didn't use this as an excuse to yell at the transgenders.
Are more emboldened than ever.
He's like, what the fuck, guys? We're yelling at my coworker's wife now instead of the goddamn transgenders. This is bullshit.
And that was always the worst possible outcome.
It sucks. It sucks allying yourself with insane conspiracy theorists, doesn't it? Because they're fucking insane people who do not see reason in the like. They're incapable of actually detecting threats.
Outcome. It's a trajectory that, if it continues, could destroy not only what Charlie built, but also what's left of the conservative movement.
I couldn't have said it better myself. We love to see it, don't we, folks? It's really truly beautiful what Candace is doing.
A movement that is the only thing standing between Western civilization and the
fuck off.
Forces that wish to tear it down brick by brick. That's the reason sociopaths like Tyler Robinson are smiling right now.
Yes, did you all see he was in court and he was smiling? He's a It was very funny. And they were baking his like ties like transgender colored. Yeah, it's awesome. I think. Also, I found one of the memes or whatever that I was talking about before that was cracking me up.
Gentiles are very stupid. They'll never think. They only want the beer and the alcohol and the sport and the football and the 4th of July barbecue and the beach.
These crack me up, I'm sorry.
And the clubs. That's all they have in mind. Nothing in life. No values, no ethics, no conscience, no calculation about where am I heading.
This kind of, to me, this kind of sounds like when people talk about like normies having no internal monologue or whatever.
No timeouts to evaluate what I've done right or wrong. Nothing.
Just those specific memes are like just kill me. The Jim Caviezel Bolsonaro movie is that's gonna be awesome. I'm so surprised that like QAnon theater has like kind of not really taken off at all. It's kind of more the opposite. Because yeah, you had the like genuine QAnon, like Jim Caviezel, genuine QAnon like sex trafficking movie, and like my take at that point, that was like the end of my book chapter I wrote about like QAnon like in movies, is that it's like it's inevitable now that like QAnon uses the kind of emotional gratification of the irrational emotional gratification of the film for the purposes of like engendering fascistic support, fascistic support. Sorry, my word's not working today. For Donald Trump, that it would only make sense that like we're just gonna get fascist movies instead of like a QAnon conspiracy guy being like the Matrix is a lot like reality, so you should be a fascist. It's just gonna be like, here is the fascist Matrix, and it's telling you explicitly to support Donald Trump. I'm surprised that they really like haven't done that much. But I guess Jim Caviezel's he's carrying the flame, as they say, and he's gonna do a pro Bolsonaro movie, which was there a screenshot of it? Bolsonaro. No, I don't think so. Yeah, here we go. This is awesome. Oh no, this is Sound of Freedom. Oh, okay, never mind. It's just in production. It's beautiful. Oh yeah, and that he might have been wearing a Trump tie. That's beautiful. Yes, they're making an Animal Farm movie, which just like, I don't even fucking, like, I don't even know where you start talking about this. Like, I just don't really understand the point, like, because, like, obviously the original point of Animal Farm, it's like, we're not making, like, the kind of, like, rad lib, I guess, like, Orwell take It's like this bastardization of it is way worse than like the point itself.
I parked the car. Let's have
No
one do that again.
It's interesting. So the Napoleon figure isn't this like horrifying despot. He's like a cool PR guy. And it's always it's turned into something about like capital corrupting the Republic of Virtue and Labor, basically. They Americanized the farm, yeah.
Farm, a cautionary tales.
And it becomes the like annoying Fisher thing of like it's impossible to imagine the end of capitalism, which I agree with, but not in the Fisher articulation. The Fisher articulation is like a frustrating.
Viewers May 1st, recommended for ages 11 and up.
Yeah, it seems. Surprise, surprise! I do not like it. Eminent Prof, thank you. It's annoying that Andy Serkis is the director. Expects. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, Quebec mention exactly. Why does it have? Is this like? Why does it have my? Why does it mention? Is this like a Canadian film? Because that explains it. If you can just blame it on us, that's totally fine. State-funded media. I guess that's why it's Seth Rogen, right? He's Canadian. Read the description. Starring Seth Rogen. I don't. Fulfilling Orwell's warning about the dangers of communism. Well, Vancouver's an outsource for location, but the thing about Vancouver filming is that it's usually not American, or it's usually American media. The like Canadian stuff is usually filmed in Toronto. Like it has its own film thing as well. Usually when stuff is filmed in Vancouver, it's like something from LA. Satirical allegory of revolution and power. Animal Triumph traces how a movement for equality is systematically corrupted. As the pigs consolidate control, truth is erased. To send his question, the farm descends into ruthless dictatorship. Fulfilling Orwell's writing about the dangers of communism. Which again is not really exactly what Orwell is saying, but then also like, well, Orwell... The thing Orwell is saying is kind of stupid. Yeah, I mean, it's not a surprise that they've turned it into a, like, capital corrupts from the outside. It's what Orwell deserves, probably. Yeah. Is Orwell a liberal? I don't know. In the modern American sense. I don't know what that means. Comes out on May Day. That's funny. Anyway, I can't imagine that that's gonna be good. I mean, you could argue the kind of the broad takeaway of Animal Farm is just kind of Trotskyist, is it not? I'm trying to remember details of that book other than the fact that like Napoleon serves as this like figure that consolidates power and destroys the revolution. And then it's like a commentary on, I guess, state centralization more than anything else. But also against revolutionary terror as a concept, which it's funny, like that movie does not seem like it's about revolutionary terror. It's like, it seems like it's about like the trappings of capital accumulation and how the influence of like foreign capital can corrupt a revolutionary movement. Like it's about like PR, which is very revealing. I think that it's like kind of hard for us to think in contemporary terms about the concept of revolutionary terror. Like there isn't a Red Scare. Like they don't need a Red Scare. They need like, all you need is PR. Like the Hollywoodization of all like social relations, of all large scale social relations, turns like the management of people into PR. I think especially in the West. But even like you have those like very nonsensical, like extremely PR coded, like controlled opposition stuff that happens in like Russia as an example. So it seems probably more just like a contemporary thing, a late capitalist thing, to use, I guess, is it a Trotskyist term? Snowball is the Trotsky figure is given a sympathetic light. That's what I remembered. Which, yeah, I guess you could argue it's not an anti-communist per se.
He didn't take away a moment for them to speak back. He gave them a microphone.
Do you want to watch this? I don't know. It's kind of just sad. Do you know what I mean? The EriKa KirK stuff. It's like, what are we doing here? Like someone needs to like, okay, it's time to stop here, EriKa. Maybe that's not true. Maybe it's like the more they try to milk it, the more it fails. That's entirely possible. Yes, no. Orwell did he made a list of like communist sympathizers for the British intelligence. The Chargers eliminated the Kansas City Chiefs from the playoffs. We love to see it. There's another humiliating trade for the Canucks, I believe. I didn't really watch hockey, but whenever there's a humiliating thing that happens to the Canucks, I always do enjoy, I guess, laughing at it. Of like, it just makes me feel better that I don't actually. It was Quinn Hughes got traded, yeah. It makes me feel better that I'm not like rooting for them at all, and I don't really care. Let me find. Can I not? This is so annoying.
And your cat died recently, right?
It's chills.
And I heard your parents are getting divorced.
It is what it is.
Oh, did you hear Quinn Hughes is getting traded?
What?
Yeah, they announced it today.
Oh, are you for real?
Yeah.
Oh my
Bro.
God.
Oh, it's just the Canucks.
You don't get it! You don't get it!
That's so apparently that's an L for poverty franchise. It's funny that the Canucks are a poverty franchise. They are actually training him. Yes, it's real. Because why not? You know what? I saw another thing that really fucked me up. Let me find it. Hold on. On Instagram. I think I have a feeling that people are just doing this to be rude. But I don't think that that's true. I think it's when you're texting someone over the age of 25. 25? For LMAO IKR, you think that's the cutoff for that is 25? I think that's just mean. I think they're just being mean to me specifically. I think that we do live in a very young culture. Yes, the Oilers are also collapsing. That is true. I don't know why. I'm 27, bro. I don't know. It is funny how we live in such a young culture, and then you get to a certain age, and then it's like we actually kind of don't, and you can just do this you can just do whatever you want for as long as you want. Like the expectation of getting like quote unquote like living a quote unquote old or older like is like just not in place in a way that it used to be. See, Hassan, true. 25 is the new 21. Exactly. Which is funny. I wonder, maybe this is like just always been like this, but it feels like maybe it's intensified. I think it's maybe intensified recently. This is the case except for Northern Lion. Isn't he like 36? I feel like that's crazy. Like Northern Lion is on the like regular trajectory. Like that's like the age you were supposed to develop in 40 years ago. Is he older than that? Oh, okay. I thought he was like 36. He's 37. Okay. He's 36, 37, you know. If the right was smart, they would recruit Northern Lion. That's true. They should, yeah. You're right. The right should get on recruiting Northern Lion. Don't let me with Onk. You're 36. Okay. The clock, you know, tick tick. Also helps if you don't know anyone IRL who will rightly make fun of you for being old and saying Riz or cooked. That's true. You need to surround yourself with other people who say that into their 30s. That's something I realized is I can just do what I'm doing now into my 30s. Like I have like friends who are like 34 and they're just still kind of doing the same thing. Like their life is more together. But it's just, especially if you're like queer, because it's like, what, you're going to get a dog? Like maybe if you have enough, you're gonna like buy somewhere. Much less the case in Vancouver. Like what are the other life events? What are the other life events that prevent you from like going to a drum and bass concert until 3 a.m? A used car purchase, maybe. Not if you're living in the city, though. Certainly not. I guess marriage. Although, again, like, I feel like that doesn't... Plenty of people I know are like that are married. What I'm saying is you need to start... The sooner you start living your life in a way where you're like, this is just the rest of my life is this. And so I'm going to set up whatever this is in the best way possible, the better, probably. And it's easy to like pretend that's not the case in like university because it's like, well, things will change, but like they don't change that much. Is that a hot take to make? They don't really change that much though, like especially. Maybe that's just me. And maybe this is also because I'm like, it's like you're living on queer time, etc., a bunch of other stuff. I don't trust my chat in a sense to have a good markup metric on this though, because all of you are also gay and mentally ill. So it's harder to like, but I do think it is probably just like that with everyone. It changes it a little bit if you're gay and mentally ill. Yeah. There is just sets here. I think that's true. That is played with 2 E's, lover. I like calling his name Blade with 2 E's. I like the idea, like the concept of someone spelling it Blade with 2 E's, like literally. I'm so annoying. So your friends are in the same position? Yeah, I think that is true. Anyway, what else is going on? That was weird though. I was meaning to say, it's crazy that Northern Lion, I guess is he 37 now? I think when I had this realization he was 36. Cause like I know 36-year-olds. Went to a play party the other day. What is that? Is that a sex thing? How old did he seem? I feel like he seemed like 40. You can delay adulthood more if you're in a major city. Interesting. I guess that makes sense. It's a BDSM thing. That sounds cool. I can't say that I would ever go to one of those. I think especially the problem is that I would especially not go to anything that's more trans related. Because it's like, imagine getting recognized at a sex party. That's crazy. I'm afraid to date transgender women. Kind of for that reason, like a little bit. Which sounds like, it sounds conceited of me, and it probably just is. There's no but there. I went to a sex party and everyone knew you. Yeah, exactly. I also just don't know, like, I guess the answer is you just like, you go to a sex party. Bro said V. No, I think we already watched this, didn't we? It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. The conga line is fucking genius. It's so fucking genius. I told you, like, this is the one use case for AI. Yes, another all-timer, another classic. They had to take the names off of the Victims of Communism Memorial. But did they take, will no longer feature the name of specific individuals because they're all Nazis. It's so beast. It's so beast mode. I love the idea that, like, it's not even that they take it down. They're like, no, we'll keep it up. It's just like just like now, yeah, more than half of the names for Nazis. Just like now it's up to you to imagine the amount of Nazis there are, which is a mistake because now it's gonna be all of them. It's so like, because I assume that they find the names, like, it's people who died in World War II. Is like the specific victims that they were finding. As it's hard to find because, like, I feel like if I was making a Victims of Communism memorial, you got to go famines, right? Like, that's the if you were to pick, like, instances where there is, like, a socialist government and lots of people die, that, like, deciding to go for the what's, like, the time where they were fighting an existential war against the Nazi death war machine is, like, the least intelligent large casualty event caused by communist states to, like, pick. Because, yeah, wouldn't you believe all of the people in the fucking Baltics and Ukraine who were fighting the communists in 1941 were probably Nazi affiliated? It's sad to me seeing people adulting too hard too early. Yeah, 22-year-olds with a mortgage. Yeah, that's true. I guess it is, like, the people who do that I'm just, like, less likely to be friends with. But that there are just people who, like, they marry their, like, high school partner and then go live in the middle of nowhere and afford a mortgage and just, like, suburban life. You drive everywhere. I'm assuming that's, like, it's also, like, harder to do that in Vancouver, I think. 22 was, yeah, I guess Seattle is another example, probably less. I mean, I don't know, you could probably just drive an hour and a half. But yeah, Seattle sounds like a similar issue to Vancouver. They added names based on donations, so donors pick Nazis as well. That's so awesome. That's so awesome. Um, 28, but I feel younger than 23 coworker because she has kids. I mean, yeah, that's crazy. I've been wanting to get a dog, but I still feel like I'm too young for it. Like, I need to get my shit together. Will I add subs to my memorial? Yeah. You too can list a victim of communism of your choice if you gift 5 or more subscribers to the stream. Speaking of subscribers, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect it to your Twitch account and get a free subscription you can use on me. Cats are nice. Cats are lower maintenance, which I like. Because the memorial itself was like very expensive, right? I used to be much more of a dog person, but I do appreciate cats more, especially because like they're much less likely to just like you. Like you kind of have to treat them more as people. A person in the sense of like an individual who has agency and can make decisions and has autonomy that needs to be respected. Because cats and dogs in that sense are absolutely people. And like most people, especially with their dog, like just don't treat them as such. Canadians insane about letting their cats outside? I don't know. What's the insane one? And it depends on what you mean by insane. Because this could either be they're insane for letting their cats outside, or they're insane for not letting their cats outside. If I were to guess, I would assume that it's being way too willing to let your cat outside, although I do live in Vancouver and have lived around Vancouver. Like British Columbia, there's a lot of bigger mammals. And like letting your cat outside in like North or West Van, like they are going to be eaten by like a bobcat or something. Is it a bobcat? Do we have those? My cat slaps me in the face in the middle of the night. She's a terror cat. Do I condemn? I do not. I refuse to condemn. What if your vibe is off? What if you're snoring? Have you considered that? Cats who go outside don't live as long. Yes. That was what I was assuming, was like, it does seem like better for them, especially in Vancouver. I was living in Squamish, and it's like, yeah, if you have outdoor cats in Squamish, they're gonna fucking... Squamish is like an hour north of Vancouver. And like you see black bears pretty regularly. Life expectancy based on them being killed while outside? Presumably. Although like I couldn't imagine there are that many... I can't imagine there are that many what's it called? Like in Britain, for instance, are there any natural predators to cats? Like in most of the metropolitan areas? Like they don't have wolves in there anymore, right? Like they hunted those to extinction on the island. Are there foxes? I guess cars is probably the answer. Do I condemn the Ottomans for this? No, I do condemn the Ottomans for this. See, this wouldn't have happened if Ataturk didn't come into power. My vibe is off. Why'd you want to tell me your cut? Wait, isn't that further evidence that your vibe is off? No, poor Tiny. That is the ironic thing about like the genocides that the Ottomans did, is that like the more virulent ones, the more virulent like genocide errors were like broadly speaking a part of the like liberal secular reformist groups. It's why it's so funny that like there was a liberal American news company called the Young Turks. You know, like it's just like as a concept kind of insane. Like if you explain the Young Turks, like if you read their Wikipedia page while squinting, you kind of understand like why a liberal news site would call themselves that, and then you think of it for long enough and it's like, oh yeah, you mean the guys who did the Armenian genocide? Yeah, with an Armenian co-producer it is also funny. Yeah, that does make it more absurd. Yeah, it's like German liberal news company that calls themselves the National Socialist Party of Germany. Let's shoot into the NSDAP, guys. Let's see what they have to say. Bosnia is full of cats. It's beautiful. I need to visit. I need to go to Sarajevo. The first time a Serb said that, and it was not evil. For not evil reasons. Yeah, what do you mean we need to make a coalition with populists like Nick Fuentes? Maybe Cenk is now living up to the name of the Young Turks. I think so. Maybe they're finally doing it. Cenk was doing Chomsky level of genocide denial regularly. Well, there you go. Maybe they do live up to the name. I know I'm vaguely aware of the fact that there's a culture war issue in Turkey about like killing stray dogs. Because like the more Islamist political section of society is like, because like cats are Muslim and you have to respect them, but you don't respect dogs. And it's like, oh well, people are dying because of the stray dog attacks. Like sometimes people are getting attacked. So the more like Islamist section is like, we should just kill them all. Which is insane, but then you think of it enough and I guess it makes sense, because then the wild cats, it's like, well, that's good because they're Muslim. Probably closer to Parenti levels. Yeah, that was a cool discussion people had. Was like trying to say Parenti was based. What was it? Because the Chomsky stuff, which is fucking insane. The photo of Chomsky just like hanging out with, this is something that the emails, the Epstein emails revealed that people weren't talking about that much, is that like Steve Bannon was like around Jeffrey Epstein on his last days. Like Steve Bannon was attempting to be a part of Jeffrey Epstein trying to rehabilitate his image. It's really like I'm more and more believing pretty solidly that like Epstein probably did kill himself. Because like the general takeaway was like, initially was like, well, why would he have killed himself? Like he still had some sort of influencer measure to like surely he wouldn't have just been like distressed mainly because his reputation is ruined. And then you look at the emails and he's like, you know, look, we don't have like Epstein, we don't have good PR right now, but like we'll bring it back. And he's like, we're gonna make a comeback, and Epstein will be a figure that is like not widely reviled by the people who know he exists. Like he was trying to do that, and fucking Steve Bannon was on board with it. Until the very last, Steve Bannon was trying to help rehabilitate Jeffrey Epstein's image. And the fact that like Chomsky is also hanging out with them. Does anyone know when that image was like taken? Because they released that image of Chomsky and Epstein, or not Epstein, and Bannon. He killed himself because he had to hang out with Steve Bannon. Exactly. But no, it makes sense. It makes sense that he would have just been like, I'm cooked actually. My reputation is over. I won't be making a comeback. Like I kind of do believe maybe the more limited conspiracy, which is that they like didn't really care if he did kill himself. Like they allowed him to kill himself. You know, you toss the rope to the person and then you look away. It is probably 2018-19. That's when Bannon is hanging out with Epstein, I think. Well, I mean, I guess Chomsky is lucky that he like retired from public life in like 2021. You know what? Shout out to the Bad Faith podcast for being like the biggest, the last like big interview that he participated in. Because he was like so frustrated about that discourse and that he just disappeared. And yeah, I mean, one of the reasons he is probably just because he's absurdly old. How fitting.
The Armenian genocide happened.
As a Turk, I need to make a video about I condemn the Young Turks. I condemn the Armenian genocide. I like the idea of someone who takes that discourse like too seriously and is actually like curious about whether I think the Armenian genocide happened. He had a stroke. Oh, okay, well, I guess he's. But yeah, I mean, it is just very absurd. And then we have it. Yikes. Exactly. Wonder where Virgil is? Yeah, hard to say. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. He probably did kill himself. If we're being like, the motive there makes a lot more sense. That it's like, yeah, he did actually think that he was going to make like a PR comeback and that he realized that this is like, that it's completely over and that they like got him. And there's obviously enough evidence to throw him away forever. Bosnian cat. Anyway, yeah, it's a fascinating send-off for him. He didn't kick the bucket. I mean, he spiritually has kicked the bucket because there are photos released of him by Epstein's estate where he's hanging out. He's being chummy with Steve Bannon. Some people suspect that he made up a bunch of his accusations of pedophilia. Wait, who are we talking about? That Epstein made up accusations of his pedophilia? I don't know what that... Did he accuse people of being a pedophile? He accused himself? Oh, the Virgil stuff? Yeah, the Virgil stuff, some of that stuff sounded strange, but it seems like there was enough like chatter around that following him throughout like all different parts of his life that like he just left because he realized that like, well, this shit is like, if he stays, it just, all this is just gonna come out. That's like my reading on that situation. Jeff's accusations. Did Jeffrey Epstein accuse other people of being pedophiles? I'm unfamiliar with this. Cause that's like a beast mode defense. Is like, well, these other guys. The New York financier. Yes, no, he still has a stipend. So who knows what he's up to. Yeah, I mean, I feel like the main takeaway from those emails is like how pathetic his list. I see. Yes. I mean, that wouldn't be too surprising. Yeah. I mean, I guess it's hard to say without knowing more. It does seem like one of the things about Epstein is that he's an incredibly lame person. Like, he's very uncool and is like enamored by power and thinks it's cool that he gets to hang out with all these people. It's the guy whose takeaway from like becoming a intelligence asset is like, it's fucking sick that there's people that I'm cool enough that like people have files on me. You know, lame and stupid. And so, yeah, I wonder if a lot of that is just like, here's a list of all the cool people that I hang out with. I guess, because obviously, like, everyone must have known. Like, I refuse to believe that there are people who actually were like, Jeff Epstein, the financier, especially because, I mean, I guess it was an open secret. Like, it wasn't even a secret after, like, what, 2013? Was when he had that, like, he was charged because he was with two underage girls and one of them was like overdosing. Was that the thing? And then like he got like 6 months. Is it 2005? Okay, yeah. It's a long time ago. Like, so after that, there's no, this solicitation was 2005. After that, there's just like no fucking pretending. Like, it's very public. It's very public that he's like not even just like a pedophile, but like some sort of asset. The fact that he got off so easily. It was like 6 months on house arrest or something for solicitation. At that point, you know, there's no pretending from anyone, I guess. It's not even an open secret. It's just the idea of just like hanging out with a guy who like, you know, is a pedophile just because he's like, well, it's because there are people. Yeah, Acosta did it pretty explicitly. Yeah, I was told that this person is an asset and to not touch him. Like there's I guess, yeah. What is like, I guess people just don't care. I know that someone was mentioning like one thing with Chomsky, the fact that Chomsky always replies to his emails is that like is like, he has mentioned to someone something along the lines of like, I've had dinners with war criminals and I don't regret it. Like, he just that's not a morally detestable thing for him, is hanging out with people like that. Chomsky is like, it's fucked up that everyone was like dogpiling Cutie Cinderella for hanging out with the FaZe Clan people. Chomsky is the final boss of like, you are not who you associate with. You know, Cutie Cinderella gets all this shit for hanging out with like a bunch of 20-year-olds who do like sus jokes where it's like, isn't it funny we're pretending to be gay because being gay is bad or embarrassing? But Noam Chomsky, it's an entirely different level. Where's his TikTok call out? That's what I want to know. What do I think about that? The like, you are not who you associate with. The Cutie Cinderella of academia, yeah. I feel like the obvious answer is like, it depends, right? Presumably it just depends. Any more Nazi news? I don't think so. I mean, her book is just not selling well. I have a rare limited edition copy. The book is just terrible. I see why it didn't sell very much. It's been a slog to get through. There is a really funny moment where she quotes, she like literally quotes the like, there are cathedrals everywhere for those with the eyes to see. Yes, no, I reached the Peterson Cathedral quote, and I was like, this is awesome, man. Like, she really is. She doesn't have anything interesting to say, and she even says this at some point where she's like, I'm happy that I didn't become an essayist at the time when like women essayist was like all the rage, because I didn't think that my life was particularly interesting. And something that it's like very revealing, because the implication is it's like, well, now my life is interesting. And like in reality, the reason why you, Olivia Nuzzi, could never have been like an essayist like that is because you don't have anything interesting to say. It's not that your life isn't interesting. It's that even when it is interesting, you have nothing interesting to say about it. Your life can be really fucking boring, and you can have very interesting things to say about it. That is based on a type of person, a type of judgment that a person can make and is capable of making. You see this with some poets, like, what was it, like Mayakovsky? I was reading a biography of Mayakovsky, and you know, his Russian futurist poet. And the takeaway was that like his love life was not especially interesting. And like he didn't especially get, as far as we can see, did not get especially rejected by many people. Like he was doing the dumping. But like you still have a feeling, and you can channel that feeling. Even if you like look at someone's life and it's like, you have nothing to complain about. You're doing fucking great. You don't know heartbreak. Mike Kotsky's a great bass card. Absolutely. I mean, you could see why. You could see why he was doing great with the ladies. But it's about channeling a feeling. It's about converting that feeling into art. And like Nuzzi just isn't capable of doing that. It doesn't matter how interesting your life is. You like. I love Mayakovsky. I got a book. There was like one side of it is Russian, the other side is English. It's Mayakovsky poems from my grandfather, and I used to read it a lot. Yeah, it's like Nausgard. Nausgard is a perfect example. Like nothing that happens in Nausgard is interesting, and that's kind of the point. Like he has something interesting to say about it not being interesting. Like you can say something interesting about anything. It's why like the you know, in Girls, the main character, it's not Lena, I can't remember, Hannah. Like her whole thing is she has this is it like martyr complex kind of, where she's like, I have to have these interesting things that happen to me that are painful and they mean a lot, so I can write about them in my book. Because that's my purpose. I need to like convey these sort of things. And it's like that's not how you become an interesting person who has interesting, important things to say. You don't just like force yourself to experience things. I don't think that's Munchausen. Munchausen is like when you think that you're sick and you're not, right? Isn't that what that is? It's like that's a wrong way of looking at the world. That won't amount to the thing that you want it to amount to. I don't think that she's inventing illnesses for attention here. It's that she's like, I need to experience things because I don't have anything interesting to write in my biography. You know. It's just that's the problem with Nuzzi is she just doesn't have that sort of aesthetic judgment, the capability of making those aesthetic judgments about herself. Jailbait Song is her best work. True. That's so true. Anyways, so that's what's going on there. Also, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect to your Twitch account and get a free subscription you can use on me. What else is going on? There were other events, and I need to write them down when I see something. I'm like, this would be good to talk about on stream, because I always forget before I actually get to the stream. I've been cutting out melatonin. The Pierce Fuentes. That was a little whiles ago, is it not? Where did we talk about that? Where he's just like confronting him, where you know, he's saying like, so you really believe that Hitler was good? And he's like, yep, yes. Andre, thank you. Hello, a gift. Yes, this is a classic. Yes, yes.
So they're always coming
Classic.
up with, no, it's not the
Eunuchs.
No, it's not
Concubines.
No, it's not
Mongolians.
It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all.
Eunuchs.
Running society.
Concubines.
Need to shut the fuck up.
Mongolians.
Need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise.
Under the mandate of heaven.
It's really like, this is a meme that you don't see much on anywhere except like trad right-wing internet, and because it's like my Instagram reel algorithm. With you, Trap Lord, thank you subs. We love to see it. Thank you. And Dong Like Conky, thank you as well. Dong Like Donkey, thank you.
Oh, I had no idea. Do whatever you want all
We
the
love
time.
to see it. What was I gonna say? For the Piers interview, I do like, well, that's weird because you said this. Maybe we could watch more of that. Because it seems like there's really no, like, the Overton window is shifted to the point which all of the default liberal media strategies of like quote unquote containing fascism are just completely incoherent. There's just like, it's just, they're just completely powerless. There's no, and like liberal, the lowercase l, I guess, sense. Because like, yeah, what, like, so not platforming is not like, they have a platform, it doesn't matter, they're getting all of these big things. You not talking about it isn't having an effect. I mean, arguably it's probably the most effective of all the options. Going on and confronting them is like seemingly not really working, especially like maybe in the strategy that they've like typically taken about confrontation. Because you have the Piers Morgan thing where he just says like, in the past you've said that Hitler is cool, and he's like, yep, I did say that. And then it's just like, I mean, what do you do? Like, yes, everyone understands that Nick Fuentes has praised Hitler, and yet he's still here. Like, that isn't, the problem wasn't that we, at this point, that everyone was incorrect, had an incorrect judgment about Nick Fuentes' opinion of Hitler and the Holocaust. And it seems like, I mean, what are the other methods they, like, it seems like they've just like short-circuited. Maybe the true answer, I mean, the true answer is probably to ignore them, but maybe the answer is you just need like Vosh. Do you remember that? Maybe that like debate cycle stuff happened a bit too early. Because they used to, like, those sort of lefty debate guys used to love debating Nazis. And it was at a point where it was like, why the fuck are you debating these people? Like they are struggling because they don't have a platform. Like, now it's to the point, like, the cat is out of the bag here on Nick Fuentes. Do you know what I mean? I mean, now, I guess now the struggle with it is that, like, these Nazi people don't want to go on those sort of, like, combative shows where people are experienced, like, debating a Nazi, because they don't have to. They can just go on fucking Piers Morgan, who's like, oh, well, let's teach the controversy. Oh, this guy is getting a lot of views, like, and all they have to say is like, yep, that is the thing that I believe. Because I remember, like, maybe we can watch the clips I saw of the Piers Morgan Fuentes thing. Like, Fuentes did handle himself pretty well. Like, he understood, he had a correct instinct about it.
Just to
About
clear
like
up one of the many theories about you.
about like what is the obvious move for him in terms
Yeah,
of
what the answer is, and you haven't got to answer. But are you actually attracted to women?
I am attracted to
this
women.
is a fascinating one too. And it also this demonstrates why Nick Fuentes is unique as a figure.
You're not gay.
No. But I will say that women are very difficult to be around.
Okay.
So there's that.
And do you think they should have the right to vote?
I do not. No, absolutely not.
They should stay at home?
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
See, basically, you're just a misogynist old dinosaur, aren't you? For a young guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I'm the
Yeah.
boomer. I know I'm the boomer here, but actually, you're a 27-year-old dinosaur, aren't you? Aren't you, Nick Fuentes? All women.
I am.
All women are annoying. All
I'm a
women grow
fossil.
old. They all get fat. Says the guy. Have you ever had sex?
No, absolutely not.
Wow. Says the guy who's never got laid.
Like this doesn't work. It's they really don't understand. They don't understand why Fuentes is there. I think. I do agree that Fuentes is a paper tiger in the sense that if a liberal media sphere actually understood how to attack him, it would probably just go a lot better. Because it's like that's why he has the audience that he does. That's why Fuentes feels comfortable distinguishing himself from all the other parts of the right-wing media ecosystem. It's constantly getting into conflict with all of them. It's because like his audience are people who are sympathetic to that idea. Are like, well, Fuentes is charismatic, and he's like funny and he's good at talking, but he still hates women and hasn't had sex. It's like, wow, he's just like me. That's the point. That's why they like him, is because they're like, wow, he's just like me. Finally, someone who's saying the things that I believe. And like usually that would work on someone, is shaming them for being 27 and never having sex, which obviously, you know, he's just gay. Like that's why he's not. That's the where this comes from. What was the other one I saw? It doesn't count gay sex, exactly. It doesn't count if it's anal.
It's been amended 27 times.
Goodness.
Yeah.
Oh my, this is not rigorous intellectually. This is very,
Just
this is
a statement of
tabloid
fact.
theology. Okay. But it's fine. Where were we? We're talking about Trump and somehow we got
on
into
Trump,
you're
look,
white
on
knighting for women's rights.
On Trump, well, I think women should have the same rights as you and I. You don't. That's fine.
Put on the pink hat, bro. Put on the pink hat. We're waiting.
What's the pink hat for?
For the march, for the women's march. Are we going to see you at the women's march protesting for women's rights and all that?
I think women should have equal rights to men. Period.
You carry tampons in case your female friends get a period or something? Like, it's crazy. The white knighting is
I'd have no problem
diabolical.
giving a female friend a tampon. Would you?
He just doesn't know how to handle this. It's interesting as well because I think the American right has shifted so rapidly in a way that like the British right haven't. Right? Like the concept of the concept of someone being against women's suffrage is just like not heard of in
I don't suppose you've ever
Britain.
seen a tampon, have you?
Gross. Absolutely not.
You think tampons are gross?
Yeah, they're filled with period blood. Yeah, it's kind of gross.
Wow.
Are you into that? You like that? You
Have you ever
got
seen
a lot
it?
of tampons?
I don't think you've ever seen it, have you?
I've seen them. I've
Oh,
seen
you
them
have?
before.
You've been that close
Yeah.
to a woman? Really?
No, I've seen them. Look, I
Oh, you've seen
I
videos?
used to live with
I
women,
bet
so
you've
I've seen them around the
I
house.
bet you've seen videos, haven't you?
What? What are we doing here, Pierre?
Yeah, I mean, what are we doing here? I actually don't know. This was a really funny one because he was calling him. Do I have Piers Morgan blocks? Our Groypers sexually repressed virgins. And then it's like you have no clue what Groypers are, and it's like this was like one of the most desperately viral tweets I've ever seen before. Because there still is like an embarrassment. It's like, hey, look, literally one of us fucks. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that an incredible ode? Like everyone look at this. Everyone upvote this one guy. The one of us that is fucking. Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, this guy was the guy who's running for governor in Florida, who's saying that he wants to make the trains run on time.
I want to clarify some comments that I made this week rather abruptly in a live interview about the young men in our country who watch and follow Nick Fuentes. I want to clarify and apologize for absolutely nothing.
See, the thing I don't understand about this, I think this is a good example of someone who's really jumped the gun on American fascism, which isn't necessarily to say that American fascism won't happen, but to say that, like, if you want to be governor of Florida and you're running in 2026 or whatever, whenever the election is, if your basic platform is, like, contingent upon giving as much money as possible to seniors, which it seems like his platform actually is, then the Fuentes thing doesn't actually matter.
The young men in Pasco County who wore blue America First hat.
Like, you're not actually appealing to your base at all here. You're doing the Ron DeSantis. You are becoming Ron DeSantis. Like, DeSantis is like a state of mind that happens to anyone who gets close enough to the Florida governorship.
To our event, where the average age in the room was somewhere in the 60s. We're there, we're respectful, we're civil. We had a great conversation, and they have a real pulse for what is going on in the country. Too often these days, young white men are discounted and told that their opinions don't matter, they're toxically masculine, that they have some sort of privilege and their conversation and contributions don't matter. I'm running for Florida governor because Florida is our home, America is our birthright, and we can never, ever
Save me Monty, thank
who built
you.
this country.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't think you really have your finger on the pulse, like proof, and it's him talking with two guys in an empty room. Like, your audience, if you want, is going to be fucking. It's not gonna be. It's not gonna be those people. Like, if you're gonna appeal to fascism, you should probably know the specific way of doing it. If you want to be Florida governor. Yeah, which also the train running on time thing, like, yeah, Florida has commercial trains. Let's see.
There was a part of the interview where you were very combative and you said you haven't even been laid and you're a virgin. This guy's a Roman Catholic.
Right.
Isn't he supposed to be a virgin until he's married? Isn't that part?
This is such a fascinating fucking panel. This is like 2021 Trainwrecks TV level, like, panel in terms of, like,
of your guys'
yes,
faith.
to be fair to him, that is. I was brought up a Catholic. I'm not a particularly devout Catholic. I disagree with a lot of the church's
But you
teachings.
do agree that Catholics are supposed to.
I don't know who this is or this is. I'm sure is this the guy who was like, who got really mad because he was debating that woman on those, like, debate OnlyFans girl, like, shows. And she was like, your wife has been married 3 times. Is that guy, or are they just all, like, kind of the same? This is Sisson. This is Glenn Greenwald. We got Mark Lamont Hill or whatever. Is that his name? And then we have Piers.
Remain chaste until married.
And then okay, so the sniz guy. And then I don't know in the middle.
The strict interpretation from the Catholic Church about that is you should.
So how come he didn't get? Shouldn't he get credit for that?
Well,
like the idea that he's kind of staying within the confines of his religious beliefs.
I have no problem, but he also
or he can't get any action.
But he also self-identifies as an incel, which is more problematic.
Here's what Mark just said. You see what I mean? Like, he can't get any action. The guy is rich as shit, and he's a good-looking guy. He could get action if he wanted it, Mark.
Teasing.
And by the way, hang on, Mark.
I agree with you, Andrew. I'm just teasing.
Just let me finish the point.
I agree with you. I'm just teasing.
What I'm saying to you, though, is that, yeah, of course he could. The thing is, though, is that if you guys are saying, like, he's a huckster, he's a fraud, isn't he in fact following rigorously his faith by doing that?
Well, so my response to that,
but
I think
that's
it's a
not
really.
what he said in the
hang
interview.
on, Harry. I think it's
yes,
a really.
It is what he said in the interview.
I want to respond to Andrew.
No, it's not.
I think it's a perfectly valid question, particularly as I have always said I'm a Catholic. I was raised a Catholic. I had spiritual guidance from Catholic nuns when I was 12 years old. You know, I go to church occasionally. I'm not...
Who fucking watches these, bro?
devout.
These
I'm
are
not
so
there all the time.
terrible.
I don't agree with some of the Catholic Church's views and policies, and I wish they would evolve faster. However, you know, as speaking Catholic to Catholic with him, yes, it's a perfectly valid thing that he could say, I am saving myself for marriage. But if that's all he said, fine. But I would argue that, you know, if you look at him as a Christian, for example, how many of his other views are compatible with being a Christian?
Yeah, I don't... But because he's an incel who has no sexual attraction to women, true. Catholic to Catholic communication. Piers Morgan being like a British Catholic is very revealing. Yeah, I can't imagine who like is like, oh boy, another Piers Morgan panel I can watch. But yeah. Oh, another cool thing that's happening. There was in British Columbian politics. So something none of you care about. British Columbia, if you didn't know, it's a province in Canada. Provinces are a lot like states in America. So think of it like a state in America, but it's a province. The right has currently split because they used to be in the Conservative Party, which was new. Well, it's technically old, but it's like new leadership, and they're all QAnon conspiracy loons. And they almost won a majority because it's really only two parties. It's three parties, but it's NDP is the kind of liberal, and then the Conservatives are the right, but it's like all of the right. They're mainly far right. And then since then they've split into, there's another party called 1BC. Because the reason why they're able to split is like we use the Westminster system. So like each region of equivalent population elects a person, and the person can decide where if they want to leave a party or stay in it. And so two of the people who are especially far right in the Conservative Party, who it wasn't right enough for them, they made their own party called 1BC. And these people are like explicitly genocidal. They're like, no, it wasn't a genocide. We conquered the indigenous people fair and square. And it appears that the 1BC party is now split. There was two people in the party, and the two members of parliament have split. So people are joking that it's like, that was the 0.5 BC. I've lost confidence in the leadership of Dallas Brody. More to come. That's so cool that this lady's been blocked. And I know like this lady has been saying like, oh, you should, if you want to talk to the 1BC leadership, you should use this email. Dallas Brody has been removed as leader of 1BC by the party's board of directors. I will not be caucusing with her, and I will be writing to the speaker to advise him. There was like a your party, like British your party style schism where like there was a fight over the email list, I believe, between the two of them. So now I guess 1BC has like a single member in the parliament, presumably. 1/2 BC. So Dallas Brody, who has now been, I can't even remember the specific issue because they're all fucking nuts. They're all loons. We're experiencing technical difficulties with the 1BC email. Until we get it fixed, please contact us here. And then 1BC is like, the email in the screenshot below is not an official party line of communication. So she's like making her own email. And it's like a Gmail email too. Like she's like too late. Like you see the official ones, it's like 1bc.ca. Like she's made like a Gmail to be like, please, if you so British Columbian politics are great. They're going awesome. It seems like they still, or at least according to the Wikipedia page, they still have two, but the leadership is vacant, so she's been dethroned. She's no longer, So that's funny. It's the half BC. I mean, what is Dallas? Like, is she leaving? She still just has leader of. Of course, she's Kilchana. She just hasn't tweeted about it. Of course, that fucking one. The day your Hinge tweet got a lot of traction, a couple of different apps started pushing even more monetization. I'm so done with fucking dating apps, bro. I'm just gonna be celibate for the rest of my life. I think that's what's gonna happen. I tried making another one and I was just like, I can't. This is not, you have a feeling where you're like, this is not where I find a boyfriend. This is not how this is gonna happen. People thought this was funny. Someone messaged me, I'm gonna be the female Nick Fuentes. I saw this on Twitter a while back and got so excited that you're from Van. Unfortunately, my therapist said I'm not allowed to date anyone from Queens anymore. Fair enough, brother. Fair enough. Queens University women, I understand dating one of them and being done with it. This is a rare, I wonder like how many more people who watch this, tune into the streams, are Canadian. That was a BC ferry. It was a party for it was a work party for my ex that I was invited to. Some tech startup thing. It's like funding or whatever. My therapist said I can't date college students anymore. Honestly, that's good. Someone knows who I am. Is that a deal breaker? No, and if you match with me on dating apps, you should definitely tell me in the message that you recognize me. Just so I could know to be extra into you. Is that a normal thing for a therapist to describe? Couldn't tell you. You know what? I'm normal, so I don't need a therapist. I'm actually, my pronouns, just the normal ones. Just the normal pronouns for me. Yeah, I couldn't tell you. That is the tech, by the way, is just the normal ones. If you're like, if anyone, especially in like a microaggression way, asks you your pronouns. My pronouns are kiss my ass. My pronouns are Quebec. Tu savoir mes pronoms? Mes pronoms sont Quebec. Barbecue. Go abs go. Anyway, it's a classic, an all-timer. I love that lady got on Canadian Drag Race. It's beautiful. Tabernac. My pronouns are Build Back Better. It's so cool that he made like a yaoi bill. I can only throughout that I'm sure I stole this joke from my chat of like, what if it was bareback better? Anyway, what else is happening on the internet? Of course, I know who Godsod is. What a classic type of guy that is. You guys see the Yaoi on Ice show? Have we talked about this? There's a state-sponsored yaoi Yaoi on Ice drama thing. The Canadian government is funding. It's getting Canadian government dollars, and the Fujoshis have been enjoying them. It's my favorite pinniped. What is the range of a pinniped? Like, because the sea lions are a classic. Are otters pinnipeds? I don't think so. It's just like seals and sea lions, right? I love them all. I think they're all beautiful. That's the cool thing about like, I used to kayak more when I was younger, and like you do hang out with it. Like in British Columbia, they are sea dogs. They're absolutely sea dogs. Like in the inlet or whatever, you do see them. And then obviously Vancouver has an actually good aquarium. My understanding is that like the people kind of bullied the Vancouver aquarium to like release the least ethical of the animals that they were holding there, to the point now where it's like mainly rescues. But I love all the guys in the Vancouver aquarium. When they have like the feeding stuff, they like every couple hours they'll have the wide range of pinnipeds in their outdoor enclosures. I think they're all beautiful. There's a Chile Nazi president. It's Jover. Far right candidate. Is that a German last name? Is Costa a German name? It's Jover. Wasn't there something about like the Communist Party doing surprisingly well in Chile? His dad was a Nazi soldier from Germany. I feel like the jokes just make themselves. I feel like that's what do you even say about that? Wehrmacht officer son. It's just the Jane Austen tweet, you know. Incredibly like blonde-haired, blue-eyed Venezuelan named, you know, whose last name is Eichmann. Like, please, my country yearns for freedom. Yeah, I mean, sure. Sabine Mengele Eichmann, yeah. It's great. It's funny. She just lost? I see. So he... Damn. It was 60-40 fascist communist. Yeah, grim stuff. That fascist... The Nobel Peace Prize lady is fucking insane. That one was like, okay, this is... We're not even pretending what's going on here. Dedicates her Peace Prize award to Donald Trump. Well, she was saying some like extra insane shit. She's like a QAnon lady, isn't she? Yeah, really, really grim stuff, folks. You hate to see it. You really hate to see it, don't you? Every time she speaks, it feels like a Joker monologue. Who's worse, Nobel or FIFA? That's a hard question to answer. I feel like FIFA has to take it because it's less symbolic. Like FIFA, just everything going on with that institution. It's a different type of fascist. Eurovision, yeah. How many people are like? There are a bunch of people boycotting Eurovision, right? Where like functionally the calculus they're making is that like, is it like Spain and Italy or something? I know Spain is boycotting. But it's like, yeah, clearly we need Israel in here. It wouldn't be Eurovision without Israel. Netherlands, 5 countries so far. Of course not Germany. I mean, no, you would never expect the Germans to make the right decision. When have the Germans once made the right decision politically? Give me a single example. That was so crazy to me, is like how not over the expulsion of ethnic Germans from like Eastern Europe, like the West Germans were, and like still a lot of the Germans are today. Like it took a long time for the West German like map of greater, unified Germany to like even just include them at all. Some of those West German maps, they were using like pre-World War I borders. It was crazy. Like it's all of Ostpreußen. Which, by the way, those were totally fine. The expulsion of ethnic Germans. The number that the West German government used was like greatly inflated for a long time to make it seem a lot worse. And a vast majority of the people who died were soldiers. It's just a completely like, if your takeaway at any point from that period is like, well, but the East Germans, they suffered a lot because of the consequence. Like, it's a drop in the bucket. It's an insignificant amount. It's like it feels like a Nazi propaganda thing that Goebbels would have cooked up if he was alive long enough to see it. They should have went further. They should have brought the like Berlin period area back under Slavic rule. That would have been, because look, there used to be Slavs living there. What was the tweet? Someone had like an ironic like. Yeah, anyways. How is the Trump approval rating? I always get recommended that like British like news politics channel. But I don't like clicking on them. Global news. I don't like clicking on them because like whenever I see a subject that I know about, I'm always like, well, that's not quite right. Do you know what I mean? So it's like I don't want to trust the CDU still demanding East Prussia was still demanding for a long time. Yeah, of course. I mean, this is a hard subject.
As you might already know, Trump isn't doing that well in the polls at the moment.
Presumably.
His approval ratings are slumping, especially when it comes to his handling of the economy. And Republicans fared poorly at last month's off-year elections. However, dig into the data a bit more, and things start to look even worse for Trump, largely because of quite how terribly he's doing with independents. So in this video, we're going to take another look at Trump's poll numbers and explain why his
Is there like any British media like thing that are good? Because even like the leftist thing, it's just like the fucking Ash, the Owen guy, who've just been like presumably like, I feel like being exposed to like large media, like the British ecosystem in general, just like kind of slow cooks your brain.
With independence bodes ill.
Like was it Ash who was actually supporting the like her takeaway from that trans girl being murdered was like, we really do need to like, the state really does need to have like more influence in people's phones. Like we need to survey the kids more.
Ill for Republicans.
Novara, yeah.
Who is the most influential person in the world? Each year, we ask our audience to rank their 10 most influential people across politics, media, culture, and activism. And now it's time for you to have your say. Click the link in the description to cast your vote for the 2026 ranking. So, let's start with a quick recap of how Trump's approval ratings have changed over time. Broadly speaking, Trump's second term can be split into 3 chapters. In the first chapter, which runs from his inauguration in January until late April, Trump's approval rating fell quickly and constantly. According to Nate Silver's poll aggregator, during this time, Trump's net approval rating, i.e. the percentage of people who approve of him...
I don't think Trash Future counts as the thing that I'm considering.
The percentage you disapprove fell from a post-inauguration high of 11.7 to a low of negative 9.7 in late April. This decline was mostly driven by voters' perceptions of Trump's handling of the economy. When Trump was elected, there was pretty widespread optimism that his tax cuts and deregulation would be good for business, and most Americans had relatively fond memories of the economy in his first term, when inflation was lower than it was under Biden. However, during the first couple of months, and especially after Liberation Day, it became clear both that Trump's second term was going to be a bit more chaotic than his first, and that, despite what he promised during the campaign, Trump didn't have some magic quick fix for inflation. This was also when the markets were getting nervous, and both the stock market and dollar were plummeting, which was...
How significant have the actual tariffs that Trump placed? How significant are they? Because it seems like it was a much more watered down version of what he originally wanted.
Bad news for basically any American with savings. The second chapter, however, begins in late April and runs really until late October. During this time, Trump's net approval ratings...
It really just was like me when I have to destroy the economy because I'm bored.
...stabilize, hovering between -5 and -10. This was in part because the US economy didn't collapse, as many people thought it would, and the stock market more than recovered. But it was also because voters' attention turned towards Trump's hardline immigration policies, which, while controversial and possibly illegal, were nonetheless more popular than his economic policies. However, in the past month and a half
you really don't appreciate how fascist the American mind is. Like, they're still holding... I mean, they still aren't holding on. Like, the idea that Republicans are have a negative approval on immigration is, like, crazy. Is, like, catastrophic, I feel like. Which it's fascinating. It's fascinating how, like, Dems actually didn't have to do that, like, the 180 they took, where they were like, oh, actually, it is... The fact that Kamala was like, it's good that Trump fucking built the wall. Like, you gain nothing from it because now everyone fucking hates that again. They don't like immigration. They don't like the Trumpist immigration stuff, as they inevitably would have when they actually see, like, what mass deportation looks like, what it entails. And now everyone just thinks they're insincere, right? You lose your...
when nonetheless more popular...
I mean, it's not like they had legitimacy in the first place, but...
...than his economic policies. However, in the past month and a half or so, and this is what we're calling the third chapter, Trump's approval ratings have suddenly slipped again, falling from a recent peak of -7.5 in mid-October to a low of -15 in mid-November, according to Nate Silver's aggregator. This seems to be essentially because voters are...
It's ticked up recently, though, hasn't it? Like, it's slightly less...
...once again focused on the economy rather than immigration. Hence all the talk about quote-unquote affordability at the moment, which Trump has since described as a Democrat hoax. Furthermore, while Trump has always had lower approval ratings when it comes to his handling of the economy compared to his handling of immigration, the gap has widened further in recent weeks, as voters have become even more critical of his economic policies. According to data compiled by G. Elliott Morris, for instance, Trump's net approval rating when it comes to the issue of inflation specifically has fallen from about -20 in late August to a new low of about -30 today. Anyway, since mid-November, Trump's approval rating has essentially hovered between -15 and -13, although we should say that the big-name pollsters generally have Trump a few points lower than this. The latest YouGov poll, for instance, puts Trump's net approval rating at -19, with 58% of respondents saying they disapprove and just 39% saying they approve. While the latest Gallup poll puts it at
algorithmically, thank you for the 69 months.
With 60%
wow.
of respondents saying they disapprove and just 36% saying that they approve. Now, this is all pretty bad news for Trump in and of itself.
Nice.
But these headline poll numbers might actually understate how dire Trump's electoral prospects have become. And that's because they disguise quite how badly Trump is currently doing with independents. For context, independents are American voters who don't identify as Democrat or Republican.
That makes sense, because he like, Trump's floor is just the Republican Party, because wouldn't you believe that a third of America is just fascist? I mean, a third of every country probably is approximately as fascist. And just like, is like, yeah, no, fascism is actually cool. I'm happy it's happening. Um,
and they make up roughly a quarter of the total electorate. While independents were actually quite supportive of Trump.
People have much more hardline views on stopping border crossings and deportations. That makes sense. I think that's probably true. Especially now. I mean, especially because we live in a time when the build the wall is like a hegemonic political statement. Not like a weird fringe thing from like absurd aspersions of Trump's like non-functional mind. Where he's just like, yeah, we should be a wall and it should be big. You and other Republicans weren't
as an
saying
anti-establishment
that.
politician rather than a capital R Republican, and because they were generally pretty positive about his handling of the economy. But independents don't seem to like Trump this time around. You can see this in the graph that YouGov published in mid-November. Trump's net approval with independents has fallen to -35,
Oh, yeah.
-19 at the same point in his first term. Similarly, Gallup polling from late November found that Trump's approval rating had cratered with independents, going from about 50% at the start of his term to 25% today, with independents being particularly critical of Trump's handling of the federal budget, healthcare, and the situation in Ukraine. Finally, G. Elliott Morris's MRP model suggests that this decline has been broad-based, and that Trump is now underwater with independents in every state. Now, Trump's headline approval numbers have been buttressed by the fact that he's still very popular with Republicans. Again, you can see this from the YouGov polling, with Trump's net approval with Republicans currently sitting at +73 compared to +60.
You gotta go in the thinking pond for 10 minutes.
At the same point in his first term. This is a big electoral difference between Trump's first and second terms, though. Trump 1.0 was less popular with Republicans, but more popular with independents, while Trump 2.0 is super popular with Republicans, but less so with independents. Anyway, this is bad news for Trump for at least two reasons. First, from an electoral perspective, it's worse for a Republican candidate like Trump to poll badly amongst independents than Republicans. That's because even if Republicans tell pollsters that they disapprove of a Republican president, they'll usually still end up voting for the Republican candidate at the next national elections. Republican turnout might be a bit lower, but Republicans who disapprove of
is there any honest fucking dip in the Republican approval anyways?
Trump are nonetheless unlikely to vote Democrat. Conversely, independents who say they disapprove of Trump are far more likely to actually vote Democrat at the ballot box.
They're more likely to just not show up at all, but that's still not good for Trump if they were showing up beforehand.
And as such, the independent vote usually decides the outcome of the election, given that they account for the middle third of the electorate. It's worth noting, for instance, that Biden...
The dumbest, by far, portion of one of the stupidest countries of all time.
Terribly with independents at the end of his term, and the Democrats obviously ended up losing the presidency, Senate, and House. Similarly, Trump's miserable polling...
Mega's failing in popularity with Republicans. I guess that's according to Polymarket. The Polymarket shit is so fucking insane.
Independence, it at least partly explains why Republicans fared so badly at the off-year elections in November. Secondly, though, it's also a symptom of the fact that Trump's administration is more responsive to the wants of its base, which is why they're so...
The idea, they're trying to market the Polymarket Kalshi stuff as, it's actually a news site because you get the news early because people are going to do insider trading. And when they do insider trading, it reveals something about what result's going to happen.
Wider electorate, which is why they're so unpopular with everyone.
Why don't the real question there is, why don't they just do that with actual stocks? Why don't they just let people insider trade? Because it's this stock crashed. Presumably it's because the CEO or whatever knows that the budget review for the next year is going to be bad.
This isn't an unequivocally bad thing. There are electoral advantages to having a loyal and energetic base, but it carries electoral risks because the base can drag the party away from the median voter. Trump does have other strategies, though. Like other politicians, he's put increased focus on social media, although admittedly with his endless Twitter rants, maybe he was always ahead of the curve. We discuss that in the next issue of our magazine.
Yeah. So yeah, it's not looking good. Yeah, I don't know. I think there's a part of me that thinks they have to be more popular to be fascist. To actually do fascism, like El Salvador. Like that guy could do fascism tomorrow. I mean, he kind of already has. His approval rating is like absurdly high, which like I'm sure is like possibly just like polling. Like it's who you're able to poll is more likely to be in favor of him. But it's like absurd. It's absurd how much of the CEO of El Salvador, how many people in there like him. It's much harder to do that if so many people hate you, and the amount of people who hate you is increasing. And it seems like they don't even have favor in the military. Like the American people want fascism. It's just like you're being very stubborn about how to give it to them. Oh wait, hold on. Update to the 1/2 of BC. It's no longer 1 BC. It's like 1/2. We are experiencing a little turbulence, but the plane is still flying, and we'll be in beautiful calm skies shortly. Like this is her response to losing leadership of the party that she made to like because the current far right conservative loony party is not loony enough for you. She should make another one. She should make another party. This is like 1 BC is also further evidence of the fact that British Columbia is actually in Europe. Like that's a European party name. The Brody is gonna make a party now called WOW ! Like that's her next move, I think. We have BC United and 1 BC. That is a year. You're right. That is just a year. Yeah. Your party to your name. Yeah, your party. It's so bad. It's such a bad party name. What a shit show. What an absolute shit. Yeah. Oh.
It seems that this
I'm actually
trend in the
this Australian like lib politics guy. I've generally been happy with how he talks about Canadian politics.
It seems that this consistent trend in the Commonwealth realms.
Oh yes, and there's also updates. Of course, how could I forget the updates in the Conservative Party? Okay, we could watch this video. I'm sure this will be
dire existential crises.
The general background, though, if you're unaware, the Conservative Party in Canada is currently eating shit. We have our kind of like pseudo Trump. We have kind of maple mega Trump style politics by the Conservatives. And a year ago today, they were leading in an absurd amount in the polls. They were going to have a super majority. It was going to be not even close, because everyone hates Trudeau. And then Trudeau stepped down. Carney comes in. Trump gets elected, and he's doing all this like, I'm going to invade Canada stuff. And then there was a rapid change in political opinion, where people generally just felt like Carney and the Liberal Party, especially because they're like kind of not mega adjacent, was better equipped to weather the storm. Carney, like his personality is that he's a guy in a suit. He's good with he's good with politicians. That's kind of a part of where, and he is admittedly like Trump likes him. Trump is quite fond of Carney. And so they ate shit, and the Conservatives lost. Actually, technically, they didn't lose seats, but they compared to what they were projected a couple months before, it was a tragedy for them. That their leader didn't even gain his seat. He had to like functionally kick out another member of parliament to be able to come into parliament. And the Liberals are like two seats away from a majority. They're very slim, almost majority minority. That's the background to this.
Something that is only ramping up.
And if you have a majority in a Westminster system, you can kind of do whatever the fuck you want. Functionally, like that's the block to being able to pass bills to do.
Yesterday we learned that in our brother nation of Canada, that another Conservative has crossed the floor to join with the Liberal government. A little bit of context for people that may not follow Canadian politics or didn't see my last video on the state of affairs over there, but Canada went through a bit of a monumental election earlier this year. Under Justin Trudeau's leadership, it seemed that a very tired, unpopular Liberal government was heading towards almost certain defeat. But then everything changed thanks to two key features. The first change was that the Liberal Party decided it was going to go with a different leader. Justin Trudeau stepped down, and Mark Carney, an individual who had been head of the Bank of Canada, head of the Bank of England, a very well-known figure in Canadian politics who had kind of been rumoured to join the political fray at some points between...
It did seem like Trudeau wanted Carney to join his government. And you can tell he's got some political instinct that he was like, fuck no.
either party, but when he finally did get into politics, it was with the Liberals, and he was elected their leader. And then we get into the second monumental thing that shook up the race, and that was the election of Donald Trump. I didn't talk about this fact too much in my last video on Canadian politics because I really wanted to focus on the internal factors at play, but I probably should have gone into at least a little bit how much Trump changed the race, because his open pro-Canadian annexation talk caused a lot of internal panic and chaos in the Canadian political scene. So a combination of those two things really let the Liberal Party get back into the race. When it became clear that it was competitive again, the left, which normally in Canada votes between a number of parties, the Liberals, the NDP, and the Greens, kind of coalesced around the Liberal Party as the only viable option to stop Pierre Poilievre, the leader of Canada's Conservative Party, who was very much viewed as in left-wing circles as a Trump-like figure. So with Trump making some incredibly inflammatory statements about the idea of the United States annexing Canada, on top of the fact that Pierre was very much someone who had leaned into the far right in his campaigning, it all sort of coalesced into a perfect situation for the Liberals to come back, and they did eventually win the election, forming a minority government. Carney was able to form government being 3 seats short of a majority, needing 172. He got 169. And here's the thing about Canadian politics. They are not really used to the idea of formal coalitions like what you might expect in most parliamentary systems, particularly ones in the Commonwealth. The norm seems to be in Canada that if you have the biggest share of the House in terms of seats, that you have an implied right to govern. Take the previous 2 elections before this, Justin Trudeau's re-election, and then his re-election again after that. He governed from a minority position for most of his time as Prime Minister, only winning a majority in his first term. So Carney doesn't really have any formal confidence agreement with any of the minor parties to stay in power. It's just sort of a working with the crossbench on a case-by-case basis to get legislation through. Now, before we get into the specifics of the...
I honestly think Pierre wouldn't have been that much worse. I mean, who fucking knows? I don't even know what Pierre Poilievre would have done with a supermajority.
Or crossing...
Who knows? I actually don't know. Because, yeah, I mean, Carney is very conservative. He's like a red Tory, which is technically liberal, but way less base than it sounds, because red is the Liberal Party. Technically liberal, but a conservative.
It happened. Something that you really need to understand about the Canadian political system is that there is a lot of overlap between the political parties. I think the best way I've seen it put is like this. When you look at the 3...
Yeah. Probably.
3 major nationwide political parties, putting the Bloc Québécois aside for a moment. Canadian politics is really chopped up between these 3.
You went to the thinking pond for 10 minutes, and
forces here.
And you clearly haven't learned your lesson.
The Conservatives or Tories representing the right in Canadian politics. You have the New Democratic Party, the NDP, being the somewhat smaller party on the left, and then you have...
You know what they say? You can lead a horse to water, but you cannot make the horse stop making comments about your ass.
Canada's Liberal Party, which has been in power for
that is up
most
to the horse.
Of the country's existence, who represent a traditionally slightly left of center, broad...
I think this is broadly vaguely true.
Umbrella group for kind of anyone that doesn't fall
Is the Bloc far right? In a certain sense.
To the NDP or the Tory camps. This makes defections much more understandable in the Canadian political system. Because if the Liberal Party, for example, is governing from a more centre-right position, like Mark Carney's government arguably is at the moment, then disaffected Tories in the Conservative Party, if they're more to the centre, there is every reason for them, if they don't like the current direction of the Conservative Party, to go, you know what? I think I could very, very effectively serve in a centre-right Liberal government. And
which, again, on it, more than anything else, does feel like, to me, a condemnation of Carney's Liberal Party, that he's getting so much. He got like 2, almost 3 defections, certainly more defections in the future.
Jump ship, which is kind of the complete opposite of what the reality is that we're used to here in Australia. Of course, in Australia, there are political defections. A Green senator defected to Labor earlier in the year, Barnaby Joyce defecting to One Nation. But people in Australia, if they're defecting, either tend to become independents or they tend to, you know, join someone on their side of politics. Liberal to One Nation, Greens to Labor.
Oh, I see.
That's the understanding. But there is like
I mean, they are joining the same side. Hot take. That's why they're getting so many conservative defections to the Liberals. Because it's been 2 proper conservative MPs switching over, and then 1 conservative MP thought about switching over and then decided to just retire anyways because he's like, I'm old and I want to be with my family and I don't want to get into this drama.
A core dividing line that I've talked about.
Yeah, pretty cool take by this point. Yeah, absolutely.
Like endlessly on this channel, and that is the fact that in Australia, if you're getting into politics, you are one of 2 things. You are either pro-Labor or anti-Labor. And there are very few situations.
Sorry, I got so excited for a second. I was like, oh, that's so fucking based. And then I realized that it's capital L Labor.
In which a Liberal or a Labor politician in politics is going to decide to switch sides when it comes to that clear dividing line. Anyway, that's the context for why political party switching, particularly between the 2 main parties, is much more common and not acceptable, but like...
It does happen, it has happened before, though. I remember in Trudeau's government, because the Liberals always bring this up, there was a member of Parliament that defected to the Conservatives from the Liberals. The reason really why this is because the Liberal Party as an institution cares about, I guess he's right, it's center left or center right. The Liberal Party as an institution cares about power and winning. It is very cynical, and it has an infrastructure to accommodate that cynicism. Because Pierre Poilievre managed to make the carbon tax a really big negative component, like the decisive issue in Canadian politics, attaching it to, oh, this is why inflation is happening, which is such an absurd statement. And it attached it to the Liberal, Trudeau's Liberal government. And the second Mark Carney came in, he was like, we're abolishing it. And it's actually like, we deserve credit for getting rid of it. And the party just like, oh, okay, that's the line. Like there's like a democratic centralism there in a certain sense that allows the party to just be perfectly fine doing that. Like there are certain political parties, I feel like I don't appreciate how cynical the Liberal Party is. Like, could you imagine like the certain left-wing parties? New person comes in and they're just like, yes, this thing that we were proud of for a decade, that we were like, this is good because it's a market-based solution to reduce carbon emissions. It's actually terrible, and we are great for abolishing it. There would be conflict in the party, but no, the Liberals are able to move around. One of the reasons why they're referred to as Canada's natural governing party. Sometimes I give the Liberals too much credit here, but it really is just because you look at what's happening with the Democrats down south, and it's like, well, at least Donald Trump didn't have to happen. It's like not purely, but like much of it is just a response to the fact that like the Democrats aren't very good at winning. They're not very good at holding power. They don't know how to hold on to power. That it is like to see like, oh, you have a group of that, in a certain sense is horrifying, but it's also like, at least they didn't fuck it up in this context.
In the Canadian political system.
What was the reason for Trump? Well, I mean, in a sense, yes. I think it's more Hillary. That, like, no one should have fucking lost that election. It was absurd that she lost that election. Because no one liked Trump. Everyone thought Trump was going to lose, including Trump voters. Like, it was an absurd, like, from a perspective, not of, like, societal damage, but from a purely, like, cutthroat, like, electoral politics perspective, just a complete fuck up. And then Biden, another one. Like, it's like, you can really look at, it's like, why did Trump get reelected? Well, this is less the case that it's directly Biden's fault, because people liked Trump more this time than they liked him last time. Like, the rot had kind of set in. But, you know, it is uniquely Biden's fault that Trump was reelected, especially, you know.
As opposed to here, where it's very much something that just doesn't.
But anyways, yes. So the Liberal Party is a bit more, it's like the Democrats in the sense they don't really believe in anything. I am gay! Unzip that, thank you for the prime. But they're actually good at winning. I mean, relatively speaking. They're relatively speaking good at winning. You don't want to give them too much credit.
Doesn't happen. So the first of these defections was last month, where Nova Scotia MP Chris d'Entremont defected from the Tories to the Liberals. And he voiced a lot of concern about how Pierre Poilievre was leading the Conservative Party, and that it was very much sort of like a frat house, sort of boys rule sort of energy, very...
Yeah, so yeah, Poilievre is the current leader, and he's made politics very divisive. That's how he got, like, everyone to hate the carbon tax. It's very divisive American kind of mega style of politics, which, like, there's a part of the Conservative Party that I think likes that, especially the newer bit, the bits who are part of, like, reform. I think I agree that Pierre's time is up and he's kind of just not good, but he's really, like, since he's got into power, like, has it been a couple years? He's really, like, entrenched. He's become very entrenched in the party, and there aren't really many mechanisms, I think, to produce, like, a leadership reviews, as we saw with Trudeau not wanting to step down for a long time. What else was I gonna say? Yeah, so that's what the conflict is like, Conservative Party, a lot of Conservative MPs who are kind of more old school Conservative Tories, where it's like, oh, we just, like, want to make it so that poor people die, and we want to make more money for big business and for oil. We don't want to do this divisive culture war bullshit. More of them are like, well, what's, like, Pierre, you want to come out exactly? That's all of Canada is chanting this.
Very much my way or the highway with little.
So yeah, that's the schism that's going on here.
Party, and that it was very much sort of like a frat house sort of boys rule sort of energy, very much my way or the highway,
it's a boys
with little
club.
Room for negotiation. The Conservative Party was, like, dead set under Pierre Poilievre's leadership that it was just going to be an organisation that attacked first and did whatever it could to win. Now, Pierre Poilievre, interestingly, at the 2025 election, he lost his own seat in Ontario and was forced to run in a by-election in Alberta, in a province of Canada that is by far the most conservative in the country. Got back into Parliament after having a member of his caucus resign, so there was a by-election, and he's gotten back.
Is this misogynistic as the GOP? I wouldn't say so. Like, the newer Conservatives, no, not quite. Because, like, we're getting to a point with Republicans where they're, like, talking about, like, whether women's suffrage is good or not.
But it seems that
it's on a bit of a time delay, I think.
He hasn't really adjusted his style of politics at all. What he had when Trudeau was there was that the Conservative...
He's playing gutter ball now. Like, they're explicitly, like, pro J.K. Rowling. Canadian transphobia is in a weird place because we're sandwiched between the British turf, like, not religious transphobia, and then, like, American religious conservatism. And so you get this weird hodgepodge of, like, secular conservative, like, pseudo kind of feminist transphobia.
The party is just attack non-stop. And while that may have worked against a particularly weak politician like Trudeau, it doesn't seem to have had much success against someone like Carney, who is much less of a polarizing, hated figure in
Yeah.
Canadian politics. And it just seems that this approach, which has been non-stop offense at any possible opportunity, has really just been rubbing particularly moderate conservatives the wrong way. And yesterday was the second defection in as many months, and that was of Michael Marr. Now, Michael Marr is a first-term...
It's M.A., not Marr. The idea of it being Marr is very funny.
...member of Parliament. He is from a district in Toronto.
It's
place where
Markham.
the Tories tend to be a little bit more moderate than they are out in the west of the
Markham can flip either way, I think. Like Markham must have been liberal a couple
and
times.
it seems that in his notice that the Liberal Party put out as to why he was defecting, he was basically making the argument that he can see working with Carney being a practical way to achieve his goals when it comes to what he wants to see in Canada.
I don't see why not.
And that makes a lot of sense when you think about the political leanings, is that this is a moderate conservative who probably has a lot more overlap with the somewhat centre-right Carney government than he does with the more, not extreme, but leaning far-right leadership of Pierre Poilievre. So where we currently sit, the Liberal Party of Canada is on 171 seats. That is 1 seat short of a majority.
I mean, someone's gonna... Also, the Michael Marr thing is so beast. There was a big drama about this because he went to the Conservative Christmas party and then the next day showed up at the Liberal Party Christmas party. I was introduced by Carney as like the new member, our newest member. And the Conservatives were so mad about this. Apparently, there was a Secret Santa. Amazon Fire Stick Gate. There was a Secret Santa, and he didn't get his like Secret Santa gift at the Conservative one. And one of the Conservative MPs was like, I got him an Amazon Fire Stick, which also fucking dog shit present, by the way. And I want it back because you left the party. It was the funniest fucking... like incredibly beast. Yeah, that's why he left. He was like, fuck this bullshit. Incredibly beast mode. One of the funniest. It makes me sad that no one in America actually gives a shit about Canadian politics. Because that's like such a funny, one of the funniest moments. Like, he's a lion is my takeaway. Michael Marr is a lion. Incredible. Just the fact that like the Liberal Party one was a day after the Conservative, like just pulling that move is so awesome. Just it's like hanging out at the Christmas work party when you know you're about to quit.
And if he were to get one more defection from the Conservative caucus, which
like surely, like it was funny that people were like, there's, you know, maybe surely inevitably there will be someone from either the Conservatives or the NDP who will defect, and it's like there was no one from what remains of the NDP that is going to defect to the Liberals, but surely someone's going to do it, because like you want to be the one who gives him a majority where it's like, fuck you, Poilievre.
We can clearly see is going through a bit of a moment with dissatisfaction amongst its membership, then there is a possibility that Mark Carney could do something that has never been done in the history of Canadian politics, and that is form a minority government
and then leave with the majority
through defections.
That is very funny.
From the opposition, find himself.
There's a lot of discourse about this among conservatives because they're like, this is not democratic. This is fucked up. It's like, and I think a part of it is literally just like they see politics in an American way. And like the reason why there's a good, actually no, it's literally suggested right here, this pre-modernist video about the Electoral College. Like that is kind of the purpose of the Electoral College in its original formulation, is like you want to elect a guy who you trust, who is good standing to choose who the president is.
Self in a position where his government is now in a majority status.
But I mean, yeah, it is interesting how many conservatives now, or how many Canadians in general, just like don't even think about, like, I mean, no one believes in anything, I guess. No one believes in any of the electoral systems because no one is like, liberalism is like hegemonic enough that it just kind of presents itself as self-evident.
But here's why this really matters.
So no one thinks about like which electoral system is better or not, especially in Canada. Like you would think a Canadian patriot who loves our institutions would like love the Westminster system, would develop some sort of depth of like, at least pretending like this is why our system is superior because we're Canadians are superior, but they don't. Like their sense of superiority comes from this vague, like WASP, like white WASP, kind of like North Americanness.
Matters now.
That is deeply connected with America, like the United States as well.
Now, we are only weeks away from Pierre Poilievre's official post-2025 election leadership review. Because he lost what was perceived as like the unlosable election, he has to do what all Canadian leaders do in the aftermath.
The CBC is Cheryl, Chul, and Pierre. I don't know what ideologies they have left. What about we go back to, I mean, it's the, you know, the obvious answer is the GOAT. The GOAT of conservative Ontario politics is Rob Ford. Rob Ford is Canadian Trump. He will do it. I believe that Rob Ford will restore the balance
of a defeat, and that is go under a leadership.
Which, by the way, it's the current Fordism is back. We're doing it. It's happening. It's happening. Is the brother of the crack smoking mayor of Toronto, who is now our version of a governor of a state of the biggest province.
Review by the party.
Does Rob want that? I think he's positioning himself. Surely he's not doing the like what he's doing right now just for fun, because he's really positioning himself as like a figure, like a national figure who's defending against Trump.
If they should stay on as the party's leader. Now, Pierre Poilievre has a lot of grassroots support in the Conservative Party, and it's seen as more likely than not that he'll be able to stay on as leader. But whether or not that happens could very much change based on whether or not his leadership style directly leads to a number of defections which would let Mark Carney form a majority government. But that would kind of just be the
it would be so
cherry
funny.
On top.
It would be so
of
funny.
The problem that Pierre Poilievre is facing.
Sorry, you're right. I mix them up. I keep mixing them up. It's Doug Ford. Rob Ford is the one who's dead. May he rest in peace.
Of course.
Who is the crack smoking mayor of Toronto.
He's got the support of the base. But there's just this inevitable problem that he's running into, which is that the Liberal Party of Canada is governing from at least a centre-right position. Mark Carney is somebody who is pro.
The idea, I'm just like a Moadi vision of the future where like the Conservative Party collapses because like its base is now like its base has been Pierre Poilievre'd up, and then the leadership is trying to find like a compromise candidate because they're like we're sick of fucking losing and being in this insane party, and which like leads like maybe the People's Party to start getting voters again. Are the Fords the Gracchi brothers the 20th century? That's a truth nuke.
The use of fossil.
That's a truth nuke. That is something. It's annoying when people think of Roman politics, like the Parenti take about like Caesar being based or whatever. Is like if you want to make like an actual Marxist analysis, you have to look at the relations of production, which was like between town and country.
Fuels, oil lines, tax cuts.
Like these are everyone is doing. It's funny to be like. Actually, I can't even remember what fucking Parenti's politics are, but it's funny to be like a third worldist, like, you know, super profits, labor aristocrat, guy. And then when you look back into Roman history, you're like, all of the guys, like the revolutionary politics are the ones, in the cities where like for every single citizen there, you need 10 people in the fields laboring.
For the rich, rolling back environmental protections. This is not.
It's like it's the guys who are protecting that city interest who are actually.
Not somebody.
Well, it's even weird. It's weird to say like you support in this context because it's like before mass politics is intelligible.
Who is governing from the left of the Liberal Party? This is from a left-wing perspective.
Sorry, I'll go back. I want to.
There's just this inevitable problem that he's running into, which is that the Liberal Party of Canada is governing from at least a centre-right position. Mark Carney is somebody who is pro the use of fossil fuels, oil lines, tax cuts for the rich, rolling back environmental protections. This is not somebody who is governing from the left of the Liberal Party. This is, from a left-wing perspective, at best, a centrist running the government.
He's a progressive conservative.
Somebody that Pierre Poilievre's style doesn't really work well against.
No.
I think the Conservative Party...
Trudeau, he's still like, Pierre just loves Trudeau. It's, you know, the people who were making the Yowie memes about Biden. Well, it doesn't work as well because Biden and Trump hated each other. Like, Pierre is like still thinking about Trudeau. You know what I mean? He's like, fuck, I wish Trudeau was in government right now so I could run against him. He like doesn't know how to change his style.
Party's going to have to wake up and smell the roses at some point and accept that Pierre Poilievre was a fantastic foil to Justin Trudeau.
Yeah, absolutely.
Somebody who, in the public sphere, could very much embarrass him and was doing a great job of tearing down Trudeau's leadership. But when that figure is gone, and really the only thing that Pierre is doing by refusing to change gear is alienating both voters and his own MPs, what's the point of him?
It's a great cut. It's a good question. Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised there hasn't been another defection already. Because it's like, yeah, you want to be... At this point, we've had like functionally 3 defections, although one of the defections was cut short from the fact that the guy was just like, I don't want to have to deal with any of this drama. I'm going to retire. So instead of crossing the floor, he retires. Prenti was the co-chair of the Slobodan Milosevic fan club. Yeah, no, there's some crazy. That's a funny thing with like Chomsky. It is really ironic, the like people who love Parenti and are like, well, Chomsky did genocide denial. It's like, that's your bro too. Like the American New Left were just complete genocide denial. It's like, yeah, Parenti particularly. I mean, no, Chomsky's pretty bad too. It's why it's annoying, like people get kind of stuck in particular ways of viewing things, of discourses, which becomes like an oddly self-fulfilling thing because it becomes like a weird like culture war issue almost, where it's like the authoritarian leftists are the ones who love genocide and state violence, and well, I mean, state violence is maybe make an easier argument. They're the ones who love genocide and support, you know, do campism, whereas the libertarian leftists, as if those are like legible concepts to make distinction. You know, it's like political compass ball people. Those are the ones who are based, and you know, sometimes if they like, they're the ones who'd start liking NATO a bit too much, because of being, you know, negatively polarized against the auth left people. And it's like, no, it's the American New Left in general was just basically being like, there's no genocide happening in Yugoslavia. Oddly the same with like Pol Pot too. I mean, same, Chomsky was another person who was like, it's a bullshit claim. Are you saying it's a bullshit claim because there wasn't a genocide going on? Because they denied a genocide. I think that's pretty objectively true. I haven't seen anyone contest that before. Chomsky was skeptical until there was proof from sources other than the U.S. And how long was that? When was that? When did Chomsky change his mind? Is this, we're talking about Pol Pot now? The dreaded Argentine did a video about Chomsky. Okay. Well, if the dreaded Argentine did a video on it. Do you mean, sorry, I thought that was a guy whose name was the dreaded Argentine. Are you referring to Bannon Panada as the dreaded Argentine? Because that's very funny. No, I mean, Parenti was absolutely the Milosevic fan club thing is true. Chomsky could be compromised. I feel like people blame someone being a CIA asset too much. That like a lot of the times people's actions are just explained by what's the ML, their material conditions, the material life, how things appear to them politically. Like Andrew Tate's popularity doesn't have to be because he's a CIA agent or whatever. It's just like people like that content and they want to watch more of it. I think sometimes people use like, oh, that person's a Fed. It's conspiracy stuff is like often a crutch to like actually explain Occam's pedophile. Yeah. To actually explain things that are going on. I mean, likely thing for me to say. As a known Canadian CIA agent. My favorite, I saw a take related to this that was really, that really like tickled me, Pink, you know, is that like, you can tell that the like, you know, SOCDEM kind of liberal online political are like CIA funded or whatever, or like funded by the feds, because only like, it was like only the serfs in Liv Agar were speaking negatively about Plattner, and it's like those are the Canadian ones. And it's like makes you think. Of course, they're not on the CIA, you know, bankroll. Which again, like the obvious response is like, have you considered that the average American leftist just sees like a petty bourgeois, like rural guy who's like saying all of the right buzzwords about being like, you know, salt of the earth American laborer, and it isn't just immediately foaming at the mouth, or not foaming at the mouth because that implies a negative, but it's immediately doing like Pepe Le Pew, like, you know, hard eyes floating towards them. Sorry. The concept of Pepe the Pew. It's like, no, of course, of course the American left is gonna love, like, he's not even DSA, which is so awesome. Not even a DSA guy. It's the increase in conspiratorial thought, especially when it's literally just like, well, this is a thing that like could happen. It's not like there's actual evidence for it. He's PSL. No shot that's Planner's not PSL. You're trolling me. No, he's not. Okay. I'm lying. Okay. That would be very funny if you had like a guy who is like, I condemn Hamas, who's like a PSL. DSA is also, but I mean, that's the thing, is it's like he's not even left wing enough to be a part of the like at least the DSA has members, that's true. Redlander left DSA after October 7th. It is funny that people are surprised about the Lander endorsement as well, because there was a member of the DSA that was running in that congressional district that Lander is running in, and then Zoran endorsed Lander. Is like, Lander is Zoran Mamdani is a politician, and it's very clear, like, this is kind of fell for it again award of like, it's very clear that like he's actually not lying when he said like that he's running for the things that he wants to run for, the things that he's constantly being on message about, which is like free buses, childcare stuff, and then like free grocery stores or whatever, or not free groceries, or government-run grocery stores. Like that is the thing he cares about. And he's doing a calculus about how he can best allow for that to be done. And the obvious calculus there is that like Lander helped him a lot by doing the co-endorsement thing, because like in the Democratic primary, like everyone's second choice across all the 5 boroughs pretty much, maybe not Staten Island, was Lander. It was Mamdani then Lander. And so it's like, you did something for me, I'm doing something for you. It's a political move. The DSA is, he views the DSA as a means to an end, which is getting him elected. He's not like a part of the DSA functionally. Like he is separate from it. Given the current state of American politics, one of the reasons why he is so successful. But it also just like, what you see is what you get. Do you know what I mean? Whether that's like actually useful to like Mamdani is not trying to create a revolutionary outpost in New York. Whether that's actually politically useful is probably an entirely different discussion. What's my problem with Plattner? Why is he good? What is the argument for Plattner? Like what? It's like slopulism. There's not even like, it's not even at the Mamdani level. Like, what is the argument for him? It's funny that people call him a working class candidate, because it really does give the game away about what like there's this moralism surrounding working class, that it's like, well, it's good to be working class and it means that you're like salt of the earth, you're connected to your labor. But it's like, he runs businesses. He's from a wealthy family that finances his like lobster business. It's like, it's also just, he's a dumbass. Like, he's not very, like, he's like a Medicare for all guy, isn't he? Like, it's like, okay. The thing that's annoying to me, the thing that makes me go insane about the tattoo thing, first off, the fact that there are some people who still think that like the main leftist line about Plattner is that he is a Nazi and not that he's a fucking dumbass. You know, like, it's like there must be some people out there who think that Plattner like genuinely is like Zeke Heiling and he has like a, you know, behind the scenes, but like for the most part it's just like, well, this guy doesn't seem like he's very smart. It's also, it makes me go insane when like someone was telling me that this person doesn't exist, but I don't think that that's true. I think there are plenty of people who are like this, where it's like the left for a long time on Twitter and elsewhere was like, you'd have the obligatory post, Russian invasion of Ukraine, where it's like, look at all of these Ukrainians who have the Nazi tattoos. Doesn't it show how fascist the Ukrainian fighting force is? To say that, which is a fine position, I perfectly acceptable position to have. It's, you know, the asterisks of like, well, the Russian army is also full of fascists. I think it's silly. It's silly to contextualize this as like one of the sides is especially more fascist than the other. But like to do that and then to be like, listen, it's just a Nazi tattoo. Like, you're burning so much goodwill for like what? For fucking this guy? For like a vaguely left, like, slopulist business owner who wants Medicare for all? It's like, okay, I mean, you can do that. I won't. I'm not even American. Like, yeah, I also do love the idea of like, sometimes people who get conspiratorial like don't really think about like actual agencies and what their incentives are. The idea that like the feds are like paying, you know, Emma Vigeland or whatever to say that Plattner is good would be like, would the feds want the like this like left liberal opposition to be attached to, like, I'm confused as to what I'm confused as to what motivation they would have there, especially like from their perspective. Maybe they're like, we want to make sure that this group is connected with, is not gonna do like revolutionary stuff, so we'll get all of their we'll get the media wing of their like supporters to support like the Bernie Medicare for All wing of the Democratic Party. I just don't think it's, I think that you think too much about yourself is my response to that. But I don't know. I mean, maybe if I was in the CIA, that's what I would do. If I was in the CIA, I would probably not think about leftists that much. Is the actual answer to that. I wouldn't be that concerned about Marxism, Leninism. But the CIA is also a fascist institution. Yeah, they are also now trying to monitor Trantifa. Yeah, trying to connect like trans institutions to nebulous concept of Antifa. I do wonder what the hierarchy there is. Like what the average CIA agent guy thinks about the oh, it's the FBI. Sorry, not the CIA. Also a fascist institution. I don't know what the CIA, I wonder what that or interagency rivalry is like now, because the thing about like American, like wings of American imperialism and state power is that they're not unified, and they oftentimes have sort of, they oftentimes have interests and motivations that aren't like directly unified, and like want different results even in different various countries. I wonder what the tension is there now. I feel like I haven't been. Maybe that's a thing that you get to learn like 30 years from now. Like when you see the analysis of CIA and FBI's positions on like the quote unquote war on drugs and drug smuggling, and the DEA as well. I'm assuming a lot of that stuff is you learn it much later on. Conflict is more between local, state, and federal law enforcement. Yes, that makes sense. I mean, we saw a little bit about that. In relation to that, with relation to the Utah State Police and the FBI, and how little the FBI was communicating with them with those insane announcements that Kash Patel was making. I mean, maybe the Kash Patel announcements were literally like he wasn't communicating with anyone when he was like, "We got him, guys," and it was just some random Middle Eastern man they had arrested for like a couple hours. See you in Valhalla. That was so awesome. Yeah, it was something. My understanding as well with ICE is that they still, like, regardless of their, like, we will hire any fucking chud. Like, are you a chud who hates immigrants? Like, you can become a fascist. Is they still have, like, severe manpower issues. Though I would imagine even, like, a part of it is that you need people who know what they're doing. is there's a logistical issue in terms of the like quote unquote mass deportations. They just don't have enough agents. I'm such a fat unemployed chud. Exactly. Anyway, fascinating stuff, folks. If you have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect to your Twitch account. You get a free subscription you can use on me. They're cannibalizing each other's hiring. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it's the same type of guy. So I don't see why that wouldn't be the case. So there's some point at the end of America's government surge to gut public education where they simply won't have enough competent child. I mean, have we already hit that? Subscribe to Livbrarian with Amazon Prime. It's the best decision I ever made. There you go. We love to see it.
I am gay!
Carantula, thank you. CIA secretly ran a Star Wars fan site. That's cool. Yeah, why not? Star Wars FBI fan site. I'm trying to think of the angle on that. Covert CIA communication tool. That's hilarious. Imagine you buy a game from the Star Wars, the fake CIA Star Wars fan site, and then it's got like crack cocaine in it. Like the container is crack cocaine, and they're like, "Fuck, we mixed up our shipment." I would be so mad. Personally, as someone who's not addicted to crack cocaine, but also loves Star Wars games, I would be fucking pissed. New KOTOR. It's KOTOR, Fate of the Old Republic, and it's not coming out in 2030. The head of the game, the game runner was like, there's allegations this will only come out in 5 years, which honestly, like, that's not that long. Am I like, is this an unk statement to make? Like, how long have we been waiting for Elder Scrolls 6? Like, that's not actually that long. 2030 might as well never come out. Is the worry that it would just, like, get delayed forever? Yo, bad news if it's not coming out before 2030. Is this just because the world's gonna end? Well, yeah. I feel like 5 years from announcement isn't like crazy. Such a fat fucking chud. Only unks care about KOTOR anyways, that's true. Divinity, is that the next, what's it called? Is the next, Larian game? I still need to play the old, like, the Divinity Original Sin. Because Baldur's Gate, of course I did. I feel like I'm someone who, like, you would expect to enjoy Baldur's Gate 3. Do you know what I mean? You ever meet someone where it's like, I know that you love the shit out of that game. I played Disco Elysium was also good. The people love woke. That's my Baldur's Gate 3 takeaway. You mean gay, but like a very specific type of gay. You know what I mean? You ever meet someone and you're like, I bet you would love this thing called Dropout TV. Maybe the word I guess I'm not a theater kid though, so it's something else. Do I give off theater kid? I do not conceive of myself as culturally theater kid at all. Like chess club, yeah. No, yeah, I don't think so. Young adult novel type. Well, that's a hate crime. I just give off nerd. Yeah, no, I don't think I'm a theater kid, especially. Chess club gay clocked me. I didn't have a chess club in my high school. I was like the best player in the grade, and I would sometimes play with my friends. But I would like read chess theory books and shit. So clocked me. There's a hype train for some reason. So if you would like to give me money, that's much appreciated. We have lots of cool emotes. For any of Shakespeare's plays, of course. I don't have them memorized though. I memorized the Hamlet, the famous Hamlet soliloquy for like a literature class. Muslim Burzum, thank you.
I am gay.
Thank you. The gecko wants to dance. It's what he loves to do. Prove it? That was a long time ago. I don't remember it anymore.
I am gay.
Actually, I wonder how much that I remember. Oh, Canon, thank you. I'm not watching Pluribus. I should though. Gecko or lizard? I don't know. It's whatever. It's whatever you want. It doesn't. Chili Squeaks, thank you. And Setup, thank you. Thank you for 2 gift subs. Much appreciated. You made it our recommend W place. Where is it?
Oh, it's okay. I'm trans.
Thank you.
I had no idea.
I know someone put my name in Serbia. And then I was also in somewhere in Vancouver. Is it like art of me? Like it's like a photo? Cause someone just wrote Liv Agar, and I thought that was like Liv Agar. Zoom in on the country Serbia's name. Let's see. Oh. It's very laggy. Oh, it's me. Wow. Liv Agar. Serbia. Thank you. Thank you. That's sweet. Liv Agar. W place. World Agar. Liv Agar worldwide. That is Toronto, yes. I don't appreciate how far away Toronto is. It's like a 5-hour plane ride. What else is happening? Agar versus Gelatin. I just hope everyone has fun. You speak Toronto Japanglish? No, but I would like to try. What was I gonna say? I can't remember. What's the Serbian version of Olivia? Liv. I don't know. Well, Liv and Olivia are different names. Vitamin book for QA? No, I don't think so. I still want to know why. I said this before, that when I went to Queens, which is like mostly around Toronto people, my mom says I came back with a New York Jewish accent, that I sounded, and I want to know whether that's like just misinterpreting like Toronto-ism, because like the autism, you really like absorb how other people talk around you. Coffee? Well, I don't think I have it now. I mean, presumably I don't have it now. I'm walking here. I don't know what I don't know if I'm identifiably Pacific Northwest. What is my Nuzzy book report? I don't know. In a couple weeks, maybe. We're recording this week. I'm almost done reading it. It's really a big piece of shit. Thank you for live stream, everyone. Autistic ADHD something. It's like I can't remember how many pages is Leslie book. It's like 300 pages. Can't voice train because I don't know how to emote with my voice. Yeah, you gotta learn how to. Thank you, everyone. Anyway, what were we talking about? I can't remember. There's something about Serbia. Have you asked anyone if they want potatoes lately? And when they say no, you say, you don't like potatoes? If so, you still have some New York Jew left in you. I don't think so. I can't say that I have. I can't voice change because I know I would sound like Liv Agard. That's, first off, that's rude. Second off, what's wrong with sounding like Liv Agar? It's like how there's like a million of those girls running around who sound like the Heat from Fire Lady. Is this gonna happen? I feel like I don't have a very identifiable voice. Did you talk about how good the water was there? There? Wait, I've never been to New York, so I can't really talk about it. You just created a million Liv Agars. The water in Vancouver, I do talk about the tap water in Vancouver being way better. It's a universal Jewish mother thing. Well, it's funny, like my Serbian grandparents were very Jewish coded culturally. It's very similar. Despite how anti-Semitic Serbians are, like culturally it felt like the same. It felt very similar to like first gen Eastern European Jew. I've told this story before, but my grandma once told me that a day isn't perfect unless you have something to complain about. Which is really true. She's spitting. It's true. Tap water is so good here. Yeah, like when I was in Ontario, I needed like a Brita filter. Was she German? She's Serbian. Well, it's funny. They lived in Switzerland for a bit. And my grandma had blonde hair, and like she studied German in university, and she was very happy that when she walked into like a Swiss German shop that they would immediately default to speaking German to her. Like she was German passing, and my grandpa is not German passing. He's dark. He had darker hair. Which, like, the concept of my grandma worrying about, like, passing or not is very funny to me. Well, she's not German. She's not blonde. She knows German, but she is Serbian. And there's a lot of racism towards, especially in that period, towards, like, they weren't guest workers. Gastarbeiter or something, is that what it's called? Which it was like a Frau moding, yeah. It was like a labored system where like, I think it's generally people from the Balkans would come to, like, Switzerland and probably other German countries and, like, do service labor and then go back. But yeah, my great uncle fought for the Nazis and died. Actually, I'm not sure. I don't know how much of my. Presumably, I have plenty of relatives who died fighting Germans in the 20th century. I don't think any immediate ones died as like we weren't Chetniks, but my great grandfather was very wealthy. And they were gonna, I believe, after Tito took over, they were gonna kill him, like they were gonna shoot him, but then he knew someone in the party. Because, you know, the story in my family is that he was so rich that they were like, well, we're gonna string up the bourgeoisie now. But he knew someone in the party. Well, yeah. And apparently we supplied aid to the partisans because they were the non-collaborationist institution. So yeah, that's your great grandfather was a capo. That's crazy. Yep, apparently, yeah, is it interesting? And then on my mom's side, they were all just like farmers. So none of them served in the war. As far as, for the most part, very few of them, because like farmers, that was the way of getting out of the draft in Canada. It was like, I'm farming. What, you want to tell me you want me to stop farming? There's a book about your grandfather. You weren't a 3 family. That's crazy. Where it's like the book is about like this this lady's grandfather was a capo. You read the book and it's like about you specifically. It's like, imagine being the granddaughter of this capo. Your dad is a cop. I mean, there you go. It makes you think. Really makes you think. It's okay, you're breaking the cycle by being trans, presumably. I know my demographic. I know my audience. Grandfather is a war criminal. Is that a Serbia reference? That's a classic Moritata. I'm sure you all know about the My Father's a War Criminal song by Serbians. It's a relatively well-known, like, celebrated Bosnian Serb artist. I feel like people have heard this. It's like such a meme. We can listen to this song. I don't have anything better to do. Which, as far, as far as I am aware, the point of this is like, this is what you people think of us, but it's not true, and it's funny. But I would broadly say, like, probably not a good PR win on this one. Well, it's not set, like, it is from, and like, he is very national. The song, I can't remember his name. He is like a very nationalistic Bosnian Serb. Gori, is that the black something? I don't know what that's the. I don't know how to pronounce the second word. Is that the one about the stealth bomber? That's another Serbian classic. What does that mean? Oh, burning New York. Is this a thing of they hate New York? It's fun. Like, Turbo Folk is such a funny genre. New York is Serbian. Right, I didn't recognize that. Song about celebrating 9/11. It doesn't. We don't really have the translation. You can assume. You can get what they're saying, and you got the. We got the war criminal spread on the title, the cover. What's his name again? This is the Bosnian Serb. I can't remember. Milosevic, Bosnian Serb, head of government. But it's a. They're saying Hassan did nothing wrong. Yes. Srpski Talibani. Yes, no, it is Srpski Talibani. This is why the Ottomans need to come back and civilize the Serbs again. We have the Serbian Taliban making a song, a pro 9/11 song. That's amazing. Krajic, right. The Serbiban, exactly. Anyway, we love to see it, don't we, folks? Or maybe we don't love to see it. Maybe we're not especially fond of seeing it. Maybe seeing it is a reminder of a stain on our nation's history. Anyway, what else is happening on the internet? How long have I been streaming? I won't go for too much longer because I have to read. I have to read more Nuzzy, and then I'm doing my book report. The Biden count is at 0 because I've just decided not to grace the world with another Biden. If I am merciful, I will decide to allow for one. Will Manicure drama because he said the R word? Isn't that it? I assume is that what it's over? Yeah, I don't care. Is it really drama? I don't think so. It's not drama like it used to be. It used to be that like something would happen around the Chapo guys, and it's just like this is the thing that everyone talks about now. but I think that's less the case now. I mean, the people we talk about it's like worse. It's like more stupid. Who is even like, I feel like maybe that's not even true. Like the Trump like new right influencers. Oh, you know what's crazy? You know what's fucking crazy? Let me find this. How the fuck do you even pronounce his name? SCH. Let me pull this up. Let me pull this up 1 second. Andrew Schultz getting a role in the Street Fighter movie. Someone replied, "Why is my main a racist podcaster?" It's interesting. I've never looked. I wonder why this is. Why, I know why, I think. Or I have a hunch as to why. I've never looked at a hiring decision for a blockbuster film, which I assume this is, and immediately thought, like, this would never have happened if Trump didn't get elected. You know, like, that's a new thing. I'm sure that's happened before, like, technically, but, like, I've never seen it where it's, like, so clearly seen it where it's, like, this would not have happened. If Trump was not the president right now, Andrew Schultz would not be in this role. Was he at the Game Awards? Like, what? Do we need to do this? Yeah, the why is my main racist as fuck? Why is my main a racist podcaster is very funny. I'm sure that it's not good. I can't imagine the Street Fighter movie is going to be good. I can't, like... Dan can throw Hadoukens. They let the racist podcaster be a Hadouken guy. Are we sure that this is the right decision? I can't say that I play fighting games, so I like, the extent of how disappointed I would be for this is not like... He throws Gadoukens? Okay. Well... I'm happy that means something to you. Will it be better or worse than Animal Farm? Only time will tell, folks. Only time will tell. Should have got Brace Belden as a white Chinese role. Is there a white who is the white Chinese character? I didn't realize, Ken is canonically Asian. Is he not? I saw this before because people were like mad that the person they cast. No, he's not. Oh, okay. I thought he was Asian. This is the tweet. Ken is a Asian boy who bleaches his hair blonde to conform to American beauty standards to make himself more relatable to the board of investors in his father's company by the time he inherits it. That's why his eyebrows are still black / brown. I couldn't tell you whether that's true or not. But it sounds, I think maybe because someone thought that Ken was supposed to be Japanese. I guess is he? I don't know. The more that I think about this, the less that I care. I don't think none of this matters to me. Is his last name Masters? What does it say on the Wikipedia? Is Ken Masters white? He's 3/4 Japanese and 1/4 white American. It's specifically said in... Okay, so my chat is lying to me, and they don't know anything about fighting games. The casting for this movie should be airtight. I guess so. I mean, it seems like they're not taking it very seriously. Maybe if it's less serious, no, that's probably not true. I didn't realize that it had a story, I'm gonna be honest. I thought that the characters just fought each other. I thought that was the point. I didn't realize that, like, how do you tell a story? I guess you play through a campaign, and the campaign is people fighting each other. It has a story mode. Oh, okay. It's like fake. It's like a Call of Duty has a story, I it's like, well, you know what we're really here for, and it's not this. Anyways, I think I'm gonna call it here. Short stream today because I have work to do otherwise. But Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday is the streaming schedule. We'll be back later. Join the Discord. It'll ping you when I go live. Oh, wait, Peerby. And yeah, I'll see you all later. Goodbye.